Test, test. Hello. Oh, that may be more my volume was kind of low recently. Also, I muted myself. What's up, chat? Hello. How are y'all doing? What's good? Hello. I'm gonna boost my volume, and because when I edit my videos, it is a mess to edit. 'Cause my volume is not very consistent. I could put a compressor on it, but that would make it easier. But yeah, let's try that. So it kind of like keeps my volume at a relatively consistent level. The video already? Yeah, it's uploading right now. Well, technically it's like checking for ad suitability, but I don't necessarily really care about that. So I might just post it. And if yeah. Anyway, how are y'all doing? Hope y'all are well. I have a friend. You want to see my friend? Hold on. Hold on. Hey girly. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I know. Hey, Wait, hold on. I got this side. You can see her. It's Nixie. That was so adorable. That was adorable, Nix. Um, yeah. She's just chilling. She's a little tired today. So, she'll be around. What's happening to Twitch streamers lately? Well, it's funny you asked that, chatter. It's funny you asked that. Because I have a video coming out. Hold on. It's still running its checks right now. Nobody cares. But I have no video. Also, we're almost at 2,000 subs. That's crazy, chat. We're like 103 away from 2,000. I just got Ludwig on an ad. Wait, is it an AT&T ad? What ad is Ludwig doing on Twitch? Yeah, sorry, I meant 1,000. One more away from 1,000, of course, obviously. Put 1999 out of 2,000. I only do that once like I pass 2,000. Right? So between 1,000 and 2,000, I put 999 out of 1,000. Once I pass 2,000, I put 1999 out of 2,000. Elizabeth, thank you for the 3 months. From cutie to let the fan to your age off. Wait, what did your age say? What did your age say? What are you talking about? Yours directed the Emmy situation, defending the ableism. Which ableism? Okay, wait. I can post the video now because there's no issues. Like fans ableism. What did he say? Also, here. Nobody cares anymore, honestly. This is the video. Oh, okay. Hey, girly. This is the video. It's titled "Why Streaming Feels Different Now." Um, I remember seeing your retweeting FanFest Able's tweet yesterday. I think the artwork is just a side hill to die on. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I literally talk about it all. Next, what are you doing? Get down. Get. You can't have my Pop Tart. Stop. All right, come here. Ready? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Stop. Okay, I'm gonna let her out real quick. Hey, come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on. She did not need to go out. She just wanted to bother me. But yeah. Um George Caramel was also being weird to Maya the Zoo, kept framing shit like Maya and Rage were on a date. Yeah, but like that sounds like regular content stuff. You know. Anyway, if you're wondering what is happening with Street, get down. Get out. Sit. Come here. Hey. Where you going? Come here. Come here. Sit. Good job, doggy. Lay. Good job, doggy. Good job, doggy. Here. I never trusted the phase rebrand bullshit. I mean, they didn't really give you any reason to do so. For being entirely real, right? But right, I think it's important to say that phase never really rebranded. They were rehabilitated. And there's a difference there. You know? Like none of the phase boys actually actually was like, hey, we're different now. Right? None of the phase boys were like, hey, we are no longer who we were in the past. You know? They didn't rebrand. They were rehabilitated against their will. It was there are people around them who were like, no guys, listen, you don't understand, they're different. No guys, listen, you don't understand. They're not who they were in the past. They never said that. They were like, nah, fuck that. We're still homophobic. You know what I mean? We're still ableist. You feel me? We get a little bit racist from time to time. Get a little spicy. But everybody around them were like, no, you don't understand. They're different. We promise. We promise they're different. You feel me? So I think it's like I think it's funny when people are like phase never changed. They never rebranded. They were lying about a changing. Like though they weren't lying. They didn't lie at all. Actually, at no point did any of the phase people be like, "Yeah, we're no longer who we were, 2 3 years ago." Right? We were just told that and then expected to believe it. As someone in the space, how much do big streamers like Cutie make? Millions, right? Chat, I made like slightly shy of like 90K. You feel me? If I were to keep like the 800 to 900 subs that I was at and running ads and then like taking like a few sponsors. Okay, maybe not 90K. It's probably closer to like 75. Okay, if I'm being entirely real, probably closer to like 60 to 75. Um, but like this year, I probably making like upwards of 6 figures or up to 6 figures, as in like 100K. So if I'm making that chat and I don't have sponsorships, I took like 2 sponsorships and they were like $500 a piece, right? Now imagine people with management companies. Now imagine people who run consistent ads. Now imagine people who, get sponsored from like all the big games like Battlefield 6 and Marvel Rivals. I don't get that stuff. You know, these are millionaires. Thunder Money Shot for the 5 gifted, and Aaron Schwartz to give her the that's a watch streak. We'll thank you for that too. Sure. Now you're a fake so. Hey, hey, hey. There is literally there's literally no room for you back there, doggy. Yeah, okay, you're gonna have to find yourself out. Even Rocky Ray is getting caught in crosshairs. I saw that tweet. Do you want game sponsorships? I mean, that's money. So like, money's cool. So everyone on Theory makes 15 to 20K per month is public knowledge on their Patreon page. Yeah, Eat the Rich includes Sean. Hey, at least save me for last. All right, let me get a little snack in before you eat me too. Um, but but yeah, like actually, maybe I'm lying to you. Let me check real quick. Yeah. Uh, what is gross or net the one before taxes? That's net, right? Net. Okay. My net income from Twitch for the year would be like maybe just shy of like 100, around the 90 to 100 range. Wait, net is after. I'm sorry. My gross would be just shy of 100. That's what I'll say. Gross is everything. Yeah. 100K. Yes. Sorry. The first message from poor socialist being that is kind of funny. Um, and so if I'm making that chat, and I say this is for me specifically. I don't speak for all streamers who are my size, but if I'm making that, now imagine people who have like 5,000 viewers, right, and 5,000 subscribers. They're making 5 times that, at least. just on sub and ad money alone. I'm confused. Isn't it like 2.5 per sub? No, that's incorrect. I guess because I get 70% of every sub, and subs are now $6. Like, here, yeah, I'll explain it. I'll explain it. Subs are $6. Let's say I'm at 900 subs because I wasn't at 1,000 for the entire year, so we'll just say like 900 subs. Whoops. So we have $6 times 0.7 for 70% because I'm Partner Plus. Right. Yeah, you know what? We'll use 990. No, it's nine is fine. 9 is fine. Right. I get $5, like $4.2 per sub. Right. That times 900 subs. That's 3,000. Just shy of, like you said, $3,780 specifically on subs. Right. Take that, multiply that by 1.4 about to account for ad revenue, and that's like 5,292 per month for like sub and ad revenue. Theoretically, it fluctuates month by month. I mean, you do that times 12, and that's like 65K flat, right? And that is if all subs are tier 1, and if I'm at 900, and if I run 3 minutes of ads per hour, right? That's if all subs are tier 1, which they're not. If I'm only at 900 subs, which I'm not, and if I only run 3 minutes of ads per hour, which I am, right? So I do only run 3 minutes of ads per hour. So now imagine this. Now imagine you subs are $6, right? You get 70% of it. That's again 4.2. And now you have 5,000 subs. You know what I mean? And then you multiply that by like, we'll say like 1.9 for running like, 6 minutes of ads per hour. That times 12. You're making that a year. Right? That is without sponsorships. That is without sponsorships. That is without like outside obligations. You're making $500,000. Right? If you're running 6 minutes of ads per hour. Now imagine this. Subs are 6. Look, this is also imagining they're all tier 1s, which they're not. Right? Now imagine, you have freaking like, like, I don't know, like 12,000 subs. Right? And then you run like, I don't know, like 15 minutes of ads per hour. That's going to like multiply your revenue by like 2.5 times. Right? That times 12. You're making 1.5 mil. Now again, keep in mind, this is like your top 100 or so streamers on the platform. Right? This is definitely not all streamers. But I say all that to say, yeah, no. If somebody is like, I do 50K subs, sure, we can do 50K subs. Just for the lulz. 7 times 50,000. That's this. Hassan doesn't run. So this is what Hassan's different. Hassan doesn't run ad revenue, so no ad revenue here. So this is just what Hassan gets, and this times 12. That's 2.5 mil a year, right? If Hassan had ad revenue, chat, with 30,000 concurrent viewers, his ad revenue would be like times like 3.5, maybe times 4. his sub revenue, it's crazy, right? That times 12. Hassan would be making like 4 times what would he be making now if he was running ads. For being entirely honest, being entirely honest, Hassan is losing a lot of money by not running ads. A lot of money. Imagine if you give all that money to me. Like, I'm telling you, most streamers make most of their money off of ad revenue. Right? The politics side of the internet is different. Like we in the on politics side of Twitch, we're different where it's the opposite for us. We make most of our money off of sub money, and we don't get a lot of ad money and no sponsorships. You know? But like if we were getting sponsorships and running ad money, politics would be one of the most lucrative things to do on the platform because politics viewers are just more likely to sub than other viewers. You know? He's making enough money and I really respect that. Yeah. Hassan has decided to call it. It's still a lot of money, don't get me wrong. Right? But he's now making the conscious choice to like not run any ads. And he's losing a lot of money for doing so. She went to her crate. I want to make sure that she wasn't like peeing somewhere. So this is my hair is like this. That's why most people just do opinions in the politics commentary. Yes. He's choosing, or is he not allowed to? No, he could run ads if he wanted to. Right? Hassan doesn't need to be on the politics tab. Nobody really needs to be on the politics tab. If we're being entirely real. Like Twitch only added that tag to like placate the advertisers. Now, to be fair, he could get reported for not doing that. Right? That's the thing that they could do, but like do I think Twitch would actually enforce it against Hassan? Maybe. I don't know. It depends. I think he could if he wanted to. I think he could get away with it. Because like Twitch only requires you to turn on the politics tag when you're talking about specific issues. Right? So long as like he's like, okay, now I'm gonna talk about Palestine. He turns on the tag, he talks about Palestine. He's like, okay, guys, we're taking a break. He turns off the tag, runs ads, and then goes back to his coverage. If he wanted to, right? If he wanted to, he could do that. Why do you use it? Some politics streamers don't have a choice. And they'll get like Twitch will force them to have the label on. Right? But like theoretically, like we could just turn it off to run ads and then, you know, turn it back on when we continue like coverage. You know what I mean? When Hassan hopped onto that TikTok live months ago and got donated like $200, his first response is, "Why are you donating to a millionaire?" He was rated by Twitch Credit for love of the game. Is that the one with Dean? I saw missing people to report Caroline for not using it. He would definitely send his roaches to report Hassan. Yeah, but again, theoretically, like because it's only needs to be there when you're talking about issues directly. Hassan used to do like ad break segues where like top of the hour every hour he run a 60-second ad break. He could do that again and just pause his coverage, right? Take a like a 2-minute break, run ads, and then restart his coverage. Right? That is within the guidelines that Twitch has set for the tag. He's just decided not to. You know? Right? And that's his prerogative to do so. But yeah, so I said all that to answer the question of like, are these large streamers like do they make how much money do they make? They make a lot of money, right? They make a lot of money. And also just be aware that you don't need to be at like the level that I'm at to make this your like your job. You know what I mean? Like you can survive as a streamer, uh, living within your means at like 100, 200 viewers. So if you want to stream, chat, you don't have to aim for like what I'm doing, right? You don't have to aim for like 1,000, right? If you're uh if you're hitting like a few hundred viewers, and you have a strong community that will support you, like you can do this for a career, at least for some amount of time. So also has a lot of subs in Turkey, which only costs $1 per sub, so he makes a lot less on subs than others. That's yeah, that's true. If you're okay with never taking a day off, that's true. But hey, I mean, some people don't take a day off anyway. She makes a lot of money, but do you think it's worth it? All the haters and doxing and death threats and drama. I mean, streamers like, or at least we only make the amount of money that we do because we get those things. Like, if you can't have the money without the other, and I don't whether or not it's worth it for you is up for debate. Right, it's something that you have to think about and consider. Um, hey, Curly, what you doing? Hey, hi, hello. Wanna come up? Wanna come up? Hey, come here. Ready? She just wants some attention. I know. I know. Good morning, doggy. Good morning, Nixie. I hope you're okay. Doing well. Um. I can't have that. Also, I fed you this morning already. I woke you up to feed you. Stop pretending like I don't feed you. I give you food. Dog. This is a dog. Yes. This is my doggy. Absolutely beautiful dog. I agree. Nix, they said you're beautiful. See? You see them? Well, hold on. Let me put the chat on the big screen so you can see the big screen. Now, look, Nix. Everybody say hi to Nix. Say hi to Nix. She can see the chat. Look, Nix. Right there. They're all being super nice to you and stuff. See, it says best girl. OMG. Okay. It says, aw. Is it hi? Nix can read? Yeah, Nix. Read. Read something. Read something real quick. Nixie. Oh, okay. Okay. I know. I know. It's a lot going on. You overstimulated. Okay. When you down? Okay. She got down. Anyway, yeah, so this is a long-winded. I don't know what she's doing. This is a long-winded way to say um streamers make a lot of money. For the chatter who was asking. Anyway, everybody watch my new video or go like it. Go like it. Why streaming feels different now. Subscribe as well because we are less than what do you she just finds random things to lick. I don't know why she does that. Might need a part 2 in a few weeks. Yeah. Anyway, I said that, but on the same she needs at least 100 toys. She has toys coming in in the mail. Hey, stop. Hey. Whatever. Okay. She's making noise. Kaizo's been slightly behind catching up. What's going on? Big loves. Community means the world to me. Welcome in. Hello. I will say, I've gotten a lot of followers recently, and I don't really know from where. Right? Because usually people come in and they're like, I can tell where they're coming from. Like they're coming from like LSF or like Destiny's community or Ethan Klein's community. But I've gotten a lot of supportive followers. And I don't know if they're like people from Hassan's stream who are just like, I'm gonna come check you out. I follow because you're like the one guy who didn't backstab Hassan. To be fair, there are a lot of people who don't backstab Hassan. I think 4 on Friday shouted you out. I saw a comment saying that. Oh, W. But there are few and far between, I will say. Hassan does get backstabbed quite a bit, which is why I feel bad. I came right after you appeared on Hassan's stream for the first time. Oh, that W. Maybe recent discourse. I initially followed you from the first combo where FD and Hassan shouted you out. I knew it came from Eden Riley's stream. Okay, came from Gremlow. Okay, so I have a lot of people who are coming in from the wider community. That's cool. I will say, you should also check out the other streamers in the community as well. Not just I. Keep the funnel going. But I do appreciate you all for being here. They say I shouted you out, and that's on Hassan a couple years ago. FD Black still lives in my head. Yeah. I'm sure for me, it was you being a Hassan chatter and then your coding coverage. I mean, okay, if you've been watching me for a while, you're not the target of my my question. But I do appreciate that. I mean, people who are coming in here like recently. Hey. Okay, she's just. I think a couple of evening streams help discoverability too. Oh, then maybe I need to keep doing them. But yeah. So I said all that to say there's a lot of preamble. There's a few things that I do want to cover. Found you when you ratio Charlie in 23 W. Okay, wait. Actually, the first thing I was gonna share this as well. I said put it in my Discord too. Did Asmongold change his profile picture? Like as of yesterday? Asmongold apparently followed me. I don't know why. I don't watch his streams. I don't know if he's Hey, stop! Stop. Being crazy. You're gonna get invited to his awards show. That's funny. Friendship with Tectone ended. Asmongold is now your twin. Yeah. It is funny that Tectone blocked me and Asmongold followed me. You know what I mean? What is this? Oh. Okay. That makes sense. So it was a reference to this video. Asmon loved your TwitchCon baddie stream. True. Why is it just a South Park screenshot with his name and Ariel? Because of this picture. Why did Asmon follow you? I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. Right, and this is why I should probably tweet less, because I don't even know what tweet he might have saw that he was like, I don't know if it was like a hate follow. I have no idea. No clue. I know he likes people's tweets to bring them up on stream. That's also true, but does he follow people to also bring them up on stream? Like, you don't have to do that. That's what I don't know. Me neither. Is it drama follow you our content? Anyway, what it's like relating to this apparently.
Oh, hey, baby, what's going on?
We still on for recess?
Yep, I'll be there.
Okay, babe, love you.
I thought you said you broke up with Hattie.
I decided to give her one more chance.
But you said she was mentally abusive.
She is mentally
Okay,
abusive.
they made Nick the black guy.
So then why did you take her back?
Because she said she was gonna kill herself, alright, guys? There. I broke up with her, and she called me being all like, I can't live without you. I'm scared what I'm gonna do to myself. Oh, God. The bitch is crazy. What am I supposed to do?
Hey, Stan,
Yeah?
can I talk to you about Eric?
Cartman? Okay.
I just want to make sure he's alright.
What do you mean?
I don't even know if I should be saying this, but Eric said he was thinking about killing himself.
What?
We broke up, and he called saying he was about to do it. I'm still really scared for him.
Wait, Cartman said he was gonna kill himself?
I'll send you the voicemail if you promise to keep it private.
Totally.
You have to take me back. You have to. I'm gonna kill myself, Hattie. I'll kill myself and then you'll be sorry. You wish you could.
Like it is like very obviously like a serious situation, but like this is exactly what he did. Like verbatim, exactly what he did. Like there's no other way to describe how insane that is. Like that is literally what he did. Literally what he did.
You can have me back, but I'll be dead.
There was a lot of men do this. That's true.
Please, Hattie, please.
Okay. Really cool listening to people's private voicemails.
You sound like a dying pig.
That's great. I'm glad you guys think suicide is so funny.
Oh, we'll get to this as well. Does anybody have a link that's not on LSF for the Vanilla Mace thing? Bunch of dudes also like this in high school relationships. But even when I was in high school, I've never felt that way because like that's that's insane. Also, where's the doggy at? I need to install like a baby monitor out there so I can watch her. She's just in her cage, but like she's like stop bragging about always having been mentally stable, please. This one's 10 minutes long. Okay, she starts with her crying. Honestly, I do feel bad. Legitimately, I feel bad for KDB, for Vanilla Mace, and for Cutie as well. Like I think Cutie made a misstep, right? And I think a lot of the anger is valid, but like, you feel me? Like I think that like I think pretty much every streamer right now who's getting this flack, like I think like Ray's getting it now too. Tina got it a little while ago. I think it's purely they're just vectors of people's anger. But she didn't make a misstep. She spoke for our community. Who? Fan? Yeah, like I'm not saying that these people like didn't make mistakes or didn't upset people or didn't you know what I mean? Didn't do things wrong, right? But the truth of the matter is that the anger that they are experiencing is not like, you know, it's a product of wider anger towards people's material conditions. And this is what I literally spoke to in this video. You know what I mean? Is that people's material conditions have worsened to the point where they have a lot of anger and they see these out of touch millionaires and they're like, you are the problem. You are the issue. And yeah, they are a problem, right? But like when you've built these communities of like being progressive and like having safe spaces and people feel betrayed by that, You feel me? Not on Fan specifically. Like Fan always been like edgy in this way. Um, right? People feel betrayed by that, and the material conditions worsen to the point where like this is affecting their like real lives. They're going to be upset by that, right? And they're going to take that anger out on people. You feel me? Like that's just that's just what's going to happen. The kid doesn't deserve as much smoke as she's gotten, which I can understand, right? But I also don't think that like immigrants deserve to be deported, and I think that they deserve to be talked about and spoken about. I feel like like the country has gotten to a point where it's bad, and I think that like to a certain extent, like not that it's good, but it's like a vector of the industry, right? Like these people are millionaires off of the back of the same communities that have expectations of them, right? Basically, people saying that she doesn't deserve to smoke, like unless you're in a community she's dismissing and harming, like pipe down. No, I think that genuinely you are allowed to think that like it's like gone too far, I guess, if you want to, right? But like I don't think it matters like what like or how much smoke Cutie deserves, right? Like I don't think that's the most important thing. I think it's that the anger is there and it's happening, and we have to address the fact that that anger is there and that it is happening, right? And analyze why that's the case. Regardless of how you individually feel about that anger being valid or invalid. You know what I mean? Because what you have to understand is like, again, these people are millionaires off the backs of their own communities. You feel me? Like, so like, there's only so much that I can be like, oh, guys, stop yelling at Cutie, when like these are her community members who are upset, who have enabled her to be in that privileged position in the first place, right? And so there's a balancing act in that conversation, if that makes sense. Kitty deserves smoke, but it's all coming in a way that Twitch chat does that isn't productive at all. Like the one chat you pointed out on Hassan's stream that weaponized your words just to be hostile off the bat makes people defensive. I agree. No, I completely agree. Like I will say that it's not productive. Like it's not going to actually like manifest itself into like real life like change. But like just because it's not productive does not mean the anger isn't valid. Is my perspective. Like it's how I felt about that the Sudan chatter in Hassan's clip. You feel me? Like, do I think it was the most productive way to go about that conversation? Definitely not. But do I acknowledge why that chatter was angry? Where that anger came from? Yeah. Yeah, I of course. Right? In a sense, it is productive and just in creating a pressure valve for people whose lives are worse and worse and seeing people act like things are normal. I mean, that's up in the air about like how productive that is specifically. And is that more productive than like an alternative situation that could have occurred? The cutie say something bad. We'll cover it. Right? I was a bit up in the air about covering it. Well, we'll cover it. Why not? We'll cover this and then we'll cover the Nina Lin stuff because I still want to talk about that as well. But yeah, we'll cover it. So hold on, give me 1 second. But if you want to see my Vanilla stream on it was very good, send me a link to it. Who is Nina Lin? Hold on to that because we'll get to it. Another girl needs to be permabanned. I will say, I said it before, I'll say it again. Like, and this is okay. I think it's okay. Hear me out. I have a take cooking in my brain, right? I have a take cooking in my brain. The Nina Lin conversation is not different from the cutie conversation that we're having here. right? The conversation is like, how much responsibility do you have with the people that you associate yourself with? You feel me? Because what you have to understand is that Nina Lin, right, and Zoe Spencer, that video that y'all saw happened in February, in like March of this year. And everybody still collabed with them. Everybody. They were invited to phase parties. They were a part of collaboration streams. Who is Nina and what does she do? You know, okay, I'll flip it. We're going to start with the Nina Lin stuff, and we're going to circle back around to the cutie stuff. Somebody can find me a link to Vanilla's VOD. That would be good as well. But we'll start with because I think this is good context to what this is about. Right? I have a take crafting in my brain. Let me see. That's why I thank you. Ask yourself why Zoe was someone blackballed for the exact same behavior, though. True. I mean, because she's black. Like, Nyx. That was so funny. Yo, that was so funny. She literally she took her bed out of her cage and she just brought it on top of her other bed that's in here, and now she's just okay. Good for her. Do you want a bunch of links from viral TikTok about the cutie thing? Sure. We'll take that as well. Here, where's the Nina Lin thing at? Let's see. Because we covered this a month ago. We covered this months ago. Here, I hate to show y'all a drama slop video, but I think it's a good place. If it has the clips, then I think it's fine. You want a clip of Nina Lin or no? Yes. If you have that, I don't want to. I would rather not watch a drama slop video. Yes. Okay, this is actually what I was looking for.
So what?
As I said, Nina Lin was here in China with agents saying stuff like that. Dog such cat looks tasty. I can see how that can be upsetting to you, Chatter. Agent is a misogynist, though. I'm not surprised he's around people. What is Agent done that was like misogynistic? I'm not doubting you. I'm just curious. I haven't seen that. But here, we're gonna start with. Okay, we're gonna start with this. We're gonna go with. You know, I'll play from the beginning of this video. Oh, you have them locked and loaded. See, the Macy's has practice with links. Here, I'm gonna save this so I don't lose it. All right, let's start. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Macy's, for the playlist. All right. We're gonna start with this. I think bookmarks, so there's probably more out there. Let's just start. Let's start. Right. Yet another sexual assault on Twitch, this time by streamer Nina Daddy is back, Nina Lin. People pass off sexual assault on men like they don't matter. They do. So first, I'm going to show you the actual assault that happened, and then I'm going to show you her response. If you spoke up on this months ago, why is this in limelight now? I'm confused because nobody listens to me chatter. Do you think I got motion like that? You think when I say that something is bad that people are actually like, we need to move on this? No. No, that's not the case. You're worrying, I think it's Gluey's already on it. They should though. Because the clip resurfaced, Nina got banned and then unbanned in one day. Yes. How did he brought back up again? Because of this clip at this party. And a few other things. I remember Forrest talking about this too. Yes. One day, I'm new here. Heard about you a lot. Shout out you. Thank you. I appreciate that. But here, let's get started. Let's get started. All right. So, a few months ago, right? A few months ago, this happened on a live stream with Nina Lin, Zoe Spencer, with I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was Silky and his cameraman or his like associate. I'll just play it. Trigger warning for sexual assault. Right? Trigger warning for sexual assault. Here, I wanna. Oh, I'll pin this message here. So he's cameraman, I believe. Okay, I was right.
But she always on them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Saeed. Hey, come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
He's 23. No, he's consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no.
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on. Hold on. Sit down.
Yo.
Okay, sit down.
You remind me of that one video. It's like a cartoon where the niggas start throwing out. It's like buy a car. Oh
why
my god.
You in the way, bro? Let us go out. Like that ass, you are really a. Why you in the way?
No.
You trying to block a nigga from getting ass? You weird.
Bro, he don't want it, bro.
He did not tell you that.
He don't want it, bro.
Take all of this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Let me get my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on? You can't just forcibly take it. Let me get that bag. Let me get that bag. It's a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag. Yo, how much this cost? Turn around. Start with the side.
Like she's just like she's trying to physically take his clothes off of him.
I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting. Huh? He's not consenting. Yo, that's
like this is worse than the snippet I saw. Yeah, this happened months ago. By the way, this happened months ago. Months ago. People are literally kept saying that he's not consenting. Yes. How do you watch this happen to your homie and not do nothing? I will say that Silky did not do nothing. I'll say this, right? Did he do enough? I personally wouldn't say so, but he didn't do nothing, right? He did get in the way or try to like, you know, stand between like them and his cameraman. Like he was saying something. Like, should he have done more? Then like, yeah, but like I think this is a good question. Like how do you step in like in this situation? Especially when like sexual assault already is not taken seriously. But like, you know, like you saying like you physically grab these women and like throw them down and like push them away or whatever. Like there's like we have a culture where like the culture is supposed to stop this from happening. Like, and it's not an easy situation to think of like, I don't want to, you know, like, you feel me? It's not an easy conversation about like what you do. Saeed is his assistant and his cameraman is Laser, but also Laser has been done dirty by people Suki had with him. I will say, like, as his boss, I do think that Suki should have done more. And he's black on camera, that shit compounds 100%. 100%. Like, he should have. But like there is a level of like, you know, I would say he didn't do enough, but he didn't do nothing. Right? I don't agree with him not doing anything. Right? He said he's not consenting. He like they even call out. They'll say, "Why are you standing between me and him? Like, why are you getting between us? You're cock blocking." You know, like there's a level of nuance to that conversation. You know, he's like, he's not consenting. He's not consenting. It's not that easy, to be honest. I agree that he should have done more, but he can't go and dish out fists. I agree. That's my perspective as well. Right? You feel me? It's not like he was just like, yeah, what a lucky guy you are. You feel me? Yeah, look at Saeed, he's getting it or whatever. He was calling it out. He was saying that he's not consenting, right? He also didn't want to like, you know, come across as like, you know, like killing the content and like, and there's also that level of like, you know, not wanting to be seen as like the bad guy. But I think he acted in a way that I find adequate. That's what I will say. I'm not focusing on Suki here. He acted in a way that I think is adequate. Of course, he could have done more, but yeah, I think that's not that should I don't think that it's to the point where it should be the focus. The focus should be on the women doing the assaulting. Right? That's what I believe. Wait, I don't know what I just clicked I just clicked on this link. I don't even remember what I was clicking this link for. Zoe and Nina are not the only ones who've done this to Saeed. They are just the ones who perceive more masculine than other women who've done this to him or others. Her Twitch banned them for like one day. Yes. Right, but here, this was her response that got this brought up again in the first place. Anyone else could have done more by focus on all the people around them. Nobody's calling that out. 100%. Right? 100%. I don't disagree. But here, watch this.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, like, you definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you did ask felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you better let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You ain't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
How you trying to patch that up?
I think he came out.
No, he was here. But I didn't see him at all. I saw him one time and he disappeared.
No, the moment I came over, he wasn't here.
She said it's embarrassing for him as a guy for people to say that he was sexually assaulted. Right? So people should not say that he was sexually assaulted because it's embarrassing for him as a guy. Her AV makes me tweak. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. She went to a while her friend tried to undress him. Yes. It feels like digital blackface. It's more minstrelsy than digital blackface, but I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right. That was her response. Right. That was her response was nobody essayed Saeed. If you're saying that we did, you're actually emasculating him, and it's embarrassing for him as a guy if you're saying that about him. You know, and things of that nature. You know what I mean? So that's the added context. right? That's the video that people are talking about. And they got banned for a day and then unbanned. The point that I want to make with this is that, again, this stream happened months ago. Right? I know Foreign also covered it. When it happened, let's see if I can find it. I don't remember what video it was in. Was it this video? Yes, it is this video. This video came out 3 months ago in July. Right? This was a known thing that happened months ago.
Like that? Oh God! Hate campaign, essentially calling her Zoe Plant, saying that like she's an industry plant, the dick eater, and saying that like
it blows up now. Yeah, and the reason why, right? And the reason why, remember covering this at the time? Yeah, the reason why it's being only covered now. And it got, not necessarily covered up, but it didn't get the attention it was supposed to get back then, is because people still invited, right, Nina to collabs. Right? And this is what I was confused, because I saw Stable Ronaldo talking about this. Here. This article says it happened in May 2024. 2024?
I mean, yeah, she's a fucking weirdo. I don't know how it took that long.
That's not even a TOS offense. That's a crime.
That's a literal crime. And you know what's bad? When she admitted and she said that he should be embarrassed.
Yeah.
Like, what are you, what?
So bad. And then,
that was like the worst thing you could have ever said.
As when Golden XTC react to it, and they're like, she should be banned. And then she's like, I'm sorry. Like, bro, how you gonna apologize after the fact?
Well, they're not even useful to the fucking platform. Who gives a fuck?
Jesus Christ, bro.
That bitch stepped on my Porsche. I mean, yeah, she's...
So, like, this is Ron calling it out. It's like it took too long to be banned, and she shouldn't have been on the platform. Which I think is good. But this is her on July 4th, 2025, going to the July 4th phase party. And interacting with people at the phase party. So, I don't know. I'm just... what we have to understand is that, like, the reason why it's only a one-day ban, the reason why it took so long, is because people let shit like this slide, right? Because Nina Lin was growing on the platform. Nina Lin had a growing audience, right? Nina Lin brought, like, content to the people who had the platforms. And so people let this shit slide once you're a little bit clouded up, right? Once you're a little bit clouded up, once you have a level of notoriety, then, like, this is literally thin purple line shit, chat. I've talked about this consistently. It's thin purple line shit, right? There is a level of large streamer solidarity, right? They don't talk about the shit that you do wrong, and you don't talk about the shit that they do wrong, right? because there's a level of solidarity there. Until it gets to a point where it becomes, you know, so far outside of the realm of like normalcy, and that people can get clout off of calling you out, people aren't going to call you out. Right? And like, apparently, according to the complex, the footage is in 2024. It was over 10 months ago. And again, it's not like people didn't know. This shit happened in front of like dozens of people. And the clip was talked about in front of, like, you know, on a number of different videos, right? I covered it. People were talking about it. It was posted on LSF. Right? And people still decided to collaborate with her. You know? People were still posted up with her for content. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but like, it didn't seem like people here were like, oh, Nina Lin, you're a sexual assaulter. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Oh, Nina Lin, you did sexual assault. We don't mess with you like that. We don't mess with you like that. Right? They let that shit slide. They let that shit slide because it benefited them in their careers. That's it. That's it. Oh, yes, this is Scar in the background. So what slide I just got here because today's chill at work. Sexual assault. Where's it at? Did I close the tab? Oh, keep this open too. Keep this open. Where's it at? Oh, here it is. Sexual assault. Which is like Hollywood for streamers. Yes. Here, for the people who just are just getting in, I'll play it again. This is Nina Lin. Like, this is Zoe Spencer.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Saeed. Come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
Zoe, you can't. Zoe, you can't.
He's 23.
No,
He's consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
He likes it. Yeah, give. Oh, no.
This is Nina Lin. This is Zoe Spencer.
I think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on. Hold on. Sit down.
Yo.
Sit down.
You remind me of that one video. It's like a cartoon where the niggas start throwing out. It's like buy a car. Oh
Why
my god.
Why you in the way, bro? Let us go out.
Like that ass, you are really a.
Why you?
No.
You trying to block a nigga from getting ass? You weird.
Bro, he don't want it, bro.
He a cock blocker.
He did not tell you
He
that.
don't want it, bro.
Nah, they got it, bro.
Take all of this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Let me get my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on? You can't just forcibly take it out. Let me get that bag. Let me get that bag. This is a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag.
Yo,
how much this cost? Turn around. Start with the side.
Yo.
Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not.
So many guys I know had this kind of experience really young too. It breaks my heart. I've had this experience, Chad. I talked about it on my stream before. You know? It's not an uncommon experience for someone to have. You feel me? This experience my time. Yeah, like I got sexually assaulted when I was at work by people who came into to my job. That's just a thing. You feel me? Is an experience that like a lot of men have, right? And it's not unique to like to black men, but it's like slightly different when you think about the hyper masculinization, hypersexualization that black men face, right? Due to the historical context and legacy of white supremacy and slavery. Like black men are seen as hypersexual beings and creatures, right? And they must perform masculinity in a very specific way. And if they don't, they're like, you know, they're gay. They're and gay as not like in like a they're like actually like queer, but like they're gay as in like they're like less of a man because you know homophobia also ties into this conversation as well. You know, right? You're emasculated, right? You're lesser. You feel me? That's why they said he's consenting right off the bat. They assume that he's hypersexual. Yeah. Did I get called gay for saying no and still got harassed? Yeah. Like it's a common experience. You know? It just is. What is I don't know what this is referring to. Chat, you can't just send links, you gotta send links with context. You feel me? And then nothing happened because of this. Right? Because male sexual assault isn't taken seriously. And sexual assault as a whole isn't taken seriously. Like sexual assault when it happens to women, sexual assault when it happens to men, and sexual assault when it happens to like trans people, like non-binary people, none of it's taken seriously, but they're all like not taken seriously differently than each other. You know what I mean? They're like specifically like they're all that's the weird part about it. None of it's taken seriously, but they're all not taken seriously differently from each other. So that it's like not even like an overarching like system that we can like tackle because like they're all like I mean the system is like you know the patriarchy, but like it like none of it's taken seriously and it's so weird. It's so weird, and this is just one example of that happening. You know, good old intersectionality. Yeah, it's just and the problem is that we have a culture that doesn't take it seriously, which is why Nina Lin got away with it for over a year, apparently. You know what I mean? She was going to phase parties. She was doing collaboration with the largest streamers on the platform. And she very openly, right? Very openly committed sexual assault on a live stream. This happened a year ago. According to Accomplice, it happened in 2024. May 2024. And people still collaborated with her. People still hung out with her. People still did streams with her. Zay's response was so sad to listen to. Poor guy. Do you have a link to it? I want to see what he said. And only Foreign talked about it. There were other people talking about it. Like, there were people posting about it. But what you have to understand is when the streamers themselves don't care, the audiences won't either. You know what I mean? When the streamers themselves still hang out with people like this, audiences don't either. It's like Zoe getting sexually assaulted at streamer camp. What? Also, you just sent a link. There's no timestamp on this for some reason. Oh, it's at the beginning. Never mind. Sorry, chatter. False alarm. False alarm. This new wave of streamers whose OMO with farm clips out insane in public has got is an end stage of humanity shit. Yes, but it's not even just that though. That's the problem, right? It's not even just about the clip farmers, right? Because sexual assault has been a problem on this platform for years. Sexual assault has literally been a problem on this platform for years. Now it's just happening televised. Before it was just happening like in like at events, right? At TwitchCon after parties, and it was just like spoken about in whispers about like, you know, people getting roofied at TwitchCon after parties and people getting sexually assaulted, you know, and these things happening. Like it was behind the scenes, right? But now it's like it's a part of the content. Roofied, yes, that's happened at TwitchCon after parties this year, right? Not like TwitchCon sanctioned after parties, but like after parties at like San Diego for TwitchCon, if that makes sense. So I agree, but to be so out of touch that you actions flagrantly on camera, and this shit is funny and acceptable, like it's kind of insane. Yeah. Yeah. I can't find it. Maybe it's on Twitter. I'll take a look while I play this.
Like, give me step on your hands.
Oh. Whoa! Why are they acting? What are they doing? What's good? Why is everyone here?
Just grab it and see if you can fit in it, bro. No.
I help me, bro.
You want me to stand like here?
Yeah. I'm gonna just grab it. I'm gonna grab the fucking barricade. I get a little lower.
I'm curious. Oh, okay, I know exactly what's gonna happen.
All right, ready?
Yeah. Bro, are you serious?
He's like the town whore. He's done it to everyone.
Oh my god.
What the fuck just happened?
So sad.
You don't want the barrel?
Hello, he wanted to.
No, no, get it you now. Go fuck yourself.
You can swing, Zoil. You can swing.
Fuck! We just do that around here? What the fuck just happened?
And to be clear, like this is a normal thing that occurs in like male-centered spaces and in like locker room culture. Like, and this is also a problem with like, you know, a lot of men who like hate women be like, women never take male sexual assault seriously, but they sexually assault their friends consistently. But like that's another thing that is also occurring. So like this is not like seen as like damaging or you feel me? Thank you, Chatter, for finding this for me. Yeah, it's just yes, like that's not even seen as like sexual assault, you know? Wait, I have this bookmarked. Sorry, I made you go find it. I literally had it bookmarked. I didn't know. I was already ahead of this. Let's see. I want to see what Saeed is saying about this.
Basically, like, I didn't want this whole thing to have an outcome like this. I mean, I didn't want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime, and people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is or anything like that. I don't know. I just ever since that this whole thing resurfaced, like every single time it resurfaces, it just takes a toll on me, and I just don't want to talk about it just because of that. And like the main thing for me is like I don't want my parents to see it and then have them like break down over it, because I did later on tell my parents about the sexual assault, and my mom, she ended up crying for a whole month and felt like it was her fault. Because I do have a history of suicidal thoughts and stuff like that. And that day I was alone, and I just didn't want to, like, I just sat there and thought to myself over and over again. I will be taking time to deal with it myself, and I'll obviously try and work on being more vocal about it, and I really hope that people learn from this and try and understand, like, other people can deal with stuff like this and you probably don't even know.
That's so sad.
And the thing that hurt me the most was when they said I should be embarrassed, that I'm probably embarrassed.
That's so sad, bro. That's so sad. Like, legitimately, everybody who collabed with Zoe Spencer and Nina Lin after this happened, right, failed. The space failed. Right? They fucked up. He's dead? No. What? Where do you even get that from? No, he's not dead, Shatter. He's talking about his sexual assault, his experience. Right? You went to like the extreme. The literal extreme. No, he's talking about his experience with sexual assault. And he's calling it like it is. And the space failed him. You know? The space failed him. Twitch failed him, right? And Twitch only banned them because of the backlash, and Twitch only gave them a day because, the length of the ban doesn't matter to Twitch. All that matters is like the headlines. Twitch banned X, Y, and Z after this thing was resurfaced, right? Twitch only does their bans for the Dexardo article, essentially. Right? How long the bans are doesn't matter. Like, they don't care. They're just like they want the veneer or the perception of doing something as opposed to actually doing something, right? The aesthetics. Exactly. And yeah, I mean, it sucks because as I've spoken about earlier, and as I can speak out when it's relevant. Like, I don't necessarily like talking about my experience being sexually harassed and assaulted at my job. You feel me? Because it's very similar to Saeed, right? Saeed was working in the clip you saw. He's at a space that is supposed to protect him, right? That one that he can't necessarily just leave, right? And then there's a failure and a lack of response until, you know, months later when it becomes a PR problem for people involved. You know? And it's just it's sad. And this was like openly ignored as she was being invited back to events. Zoe Spencer wasn't, because like Zoe Spencer just wasn't in the space like Nina Lynn was. You know? But it's just like we fail. We continually fail. Right? Because to the most popular streamers on the platform, it's not about actually standing for something and protecting people when something bad happens to them. It's about like, can I get something from this? Right? Oh, Nina Lynn is popping off. Right? She has that Drewski clout. Sure, she can collaborate with us. And that's it. Kai stopped doing collabs with Zoe, so she slowly faded. And honestly, that's kind of crazy that like Kai has like the moral up here when compared to like other streamers on the platform. But to be fair, Kai stopped collabing with Zoe Spencer for like personal reasons, right? As opposed to like, you know, like ideological or moral reasons. But he at least he stopped. When he knows that streamer you, oh, never mind then. Exactly. So like, I didn't think it was actually for anything moral, but like, yeah. Can I say that your job is insane? I'm sorry. Again, I was a trans woman at a state job. Got followed to the bathroom by my supervisor and stalked and had my office broken into and couldn't sue because trans isn't a protected category by EEO. I'm sorry to hear that too, Chatter. It's just, it's too common. We just have a culture problem. And this is culture problems happening live right now. You know? The space is fundamentally broken. It just is. But again, people still decided to collaborate with her. People still decided to you know, to bring her on, to integrate her into the culture. But like, what about Saeed? You know, how do you think Saeed feels? Right? Are we even thinking about how Saeed feels? Rather than you on the left actually brought light to this. Foreign did. Because I found out about it through Foreign. You feel me? Like I found out about it like through Foreign. Like that's how I found out about it. Found out how I found out about it. Right? Just y'all though? I mean, maybe. I will say that there aren't many people on like the left to Twitch that like talks about like streamer like drama or discourse. Watch longer Saeed VOD. If you have a link to it, just send it here. We'll take a look at it. People are just objects for content. They aren't human beings to the people that are something deep to streaming is their entire identity. What is she? What is she? Sorry, she's being a little puppy right now. Stop. 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 Sorry, did someone send the Saeed link? You just sent the link to the his Twitch page. Okay, that's fine though. I'll find it. Oh, okay. It's only VOD. Okay, it's 13 minutes. It wasn't the original point that I wanted to make, but I think it's important enough that I want to discuss it.
I honestly don't know where to begin. Um, I'll say this first. For the people that think that I'm going to use this for like any sort of type of like clout or anything like that, I disabled all ads on the stream because I don't care about money. I don't care about anything like that. Made sure to disable all the ads because people will think that I'm trying to find some type of way to make this situation something. Like, I don't know.
All right, can y'all lock in, chat? Please. I know y'all want to talk more about Cutie and what Cutie's doing and whatever, but like I would like to focus on a black man being sexually assaulted for at least a little bit of time. If y'all can do me that solid, I would appreciate that.
As you know, in February, some things did happen on the stream.
So it was February. And I don't know. The Complex article said freaking May of 2024. I was right. It was February. What happened again? It happened again? Oh, this was wait. Okay. There were 2 instances. Thank you for the context, Shatter. Okay, I'll let him speak. I'll let him speak. This is gonna make me upset.
I didn't handle it properly.
Sorry, one second. Mix, come here. Mix, come here. Sit. Come here. Sit. Play. Lay down. Lay down. Like. Thank you. She's not tired? Not anymore.
Some things did happen on the stream. And I didn't handle it properly. I mean, I did talk about it briefly, and I just didn't want to deal with it more because certain people react in certain ways. I have logs of multiple things talking about it, and I'll show all of them, and I will come out about past experiences where this has affected me a lot. Back when it originally happened, it was, I'm not going to show the video because it does still make me weirded out a lot. But originally when it happened, one of my friends reached out to me because I went live to get my mind off of it. And wait 1 second. They asked me why I didn't stream, and I said people are just reading my mood. And I said I was at the bottom of the barrel. And honestly to God, it was doing a lot towards me. And the reason why I didn't say anything about it on stream or anything like that is I've dealt with something like this before. And I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And
what did I tell you? I didn't even know about that. This is the first I'm hearing him speak about that, and I told you. I told you it is a common experience. It is a common experience that I know for a fact that young black men go through, right? Especially working at like, I don't want to say like white men institutions, but like at like, you know, at like at places of work, right? Growing up. It is. I literally had the exact same experience. Doesn't FD has a whole video tangential on this? Yeah, we watched it. How does he look like a teenager? He's 23. So he's my age, Chad. I'm 24. Right? We're the same age, essentially. You're 24, yes. He's 24 now. Okay, then we're exactly the same age.
I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents. And it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring.
Oh my goodness. She's just getting into stuff. You know what? I'm gonna close this door too, so she can't go anywhere. Yeah, Nick's lock in. I have stuff that'll keep her preoccupied coming. Like through Amazon, but it won't be here for like, I don't know, a little bit more, a little bit longer. So
And this situation did bring back those memories. And it was hard to move past it originally. I went ahead and talked to my friend about it. I said that originally I was sexually assaulted 3 years ago by a gay man. And I had my mods ban all the terms. Because I didn't want to deal with having to read all the messages. I would have people commenting into my chat saying literally the worst things. And people would go around and everything, and I just didn't want to deal with that at all. And then I said I was depressed for the last 3 days. Um, I don't know. I just ever since that this whole thing resurfaced, like every single time it resurfaces, it just takes a toll on me, and I just don't want to talk about it, just because of that. And like the main thing for me is like I don't want my parents to see it and then have them like break down over it, because I did later on tell my parents about the sexual assault, and my mom, she ended up crying for for a whole month and felt like it was her fault. And I'm like, yesterday I got a call from my IRL, um, and she did talk to me about it, and I didn't expect it to reach the public like that, because I thought it would just stay in its circle, and it didn't stay in the circle, and it was very hard to hear my IRL say that she wanted me to tell her, and I think that really like I was just depressed all day yesterday. I did not want to talk to anyone. And then when it was resurfacing, I ended up deactivating my Twitter account, because I just didn't like, I was already dealing with something. Um I was already dealing with something, and the subathon and everything. I didn't want to read more messages about people saying like what's going on isn't like, it doesn't matter. Like, people were just putting it down over and over again, and there were some people that were actually like, I will give credit to YBG, and I did thank him afterwards, because I just didn't want it to be as large, because it would just ruin my mood completely, and it was just altogether very bad. And then there's a point where I thought I should just step away from the subathon, because I didn't want to deal with putting other people down. And I did have a conversation with other people. They said it wouldn't bring them down. And there was like other situations on this. There are other situations on this. Well, this wasn't like the only thing. The thing is, I smile because like I was like nervous, and
I mean, he shouldn't even need to describe this. You know what I mean? Genuinely, like he shouldn't even need to describe this. He shouldn't need to be like, well, let me explain why I was acting in the way that I was acting during the situation. Like, so I'll still let him say his piece, but I just want to say this is completely unnecessary. For like, he shouldn't need to explain why he was smiling or laughing, or it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, the assault still happened. It doesn't make the assault like not assault because he was smiling about it. That's just not how that works. And it's I hate that he has to do that. That he has to explain that.
I just like, I'm not a streamer, so I don't know, like, I don't know the things that a streamer should know, and so people are just say like, oh, why are you smiling? It's like, it's like my coping mechanism, and like, there's this one right here that obviously
I didn't see
like,
this one. Chat.
there are
Doesn't have a
multiple
link to this
other
one?
things that people are showing now.
This is a completely separate situation. This is a completely separate incident. This happened multiple times. Situation crazy because WL side of the streaming world knew about the situation and just pretended it didn't happen until one streamer started beef with Nina and brought it up. Here, I'll see if I can find it. I have this account blocked though, so let me see if I can. I don't, but here. Here.
Why? Chat. Why my boyfriend here? Why my boyfriend here? He didn't even say hi. Boyfriend! Boyfriend! Boyfriend!
He's literally running away from her. You know what I mean? Literally running away from her.
Boyfriend!
What a socks guy have?
He ran away!
What's how you go?
He ran away!
Why did he run away?
Because I was trying to give him a dance last night and
I'm gonna hold him down, you do it.
Okay.
Just watched your live stream for a different video and really enjoyed it. Thank you, chatter. Yes, she said I'll hold him down.
She said she gonna hold him down. Saeed, come.
Oh my God, you're the girl Saeed been saying so much about.
He has his.
Yeah.
You've been talking about me.
Get him.
This is just disappointing. I'm just disappointed in the entire space. In the entire space, bro. Like, you have Saeed literally like on stream crying about how much this is affecting him, and just nobody's taking it serious. Like, nobody. Nobody.
Face need a barber.
Nah, he do need a barber though.
With the kids, the kids.
Get him. Get him.
We need some socks.
Why? Chat. Why my boyfriend here?
Okay. Let's continue with this.
And I literally run away here.
I was beefing with Nina. I don't know if that's why, but Saeed specifically not called out, but like spoke about YBG specifically and said that like he was supportive, so that could be a part of it.
I literally run away here, and I'm getting chased down the whole time. And this is the part where they literally just hold me down again and do it. Basically, I didn't want this whole thing to have an outcome like this. I mean, I did want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime, and people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is or anything like that, but I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously,
Like I have to point out, because we all acknowledge this is bad as well. But like the space at large acknowledges that like the mango shit was horrific and disgusting and awful. This is the same thing. It's the same thing. Mango like humping on women who very clearly aren't consenting. This is the same thing. Like it's not at all different. It's not.
It has taken a lot, like a large total on my head. And even when I tweeted out this, it did take a lot out of me not to do anything, because I do have a history of suicidal thoughts and stuff like that. And that day I was alone, and I just didn't want to, like, I just sat there and thought to myself over and over again. And even this morning I did wake up. I mean, I'm grateful for having friends and stuff like that, and they did reach out to me just to make sure I'm okay. But it did take a lot out of me to sit down and talk about this. And like, people that blame other like streamers for not doing anything, they did do stuff. I've had conversations with multiple other streamers, and they did offer me solutions, and I didn't take them because I just didn't think the outcome would happen. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Um, Thank you for everybody that spoke out for me, and you know, people that still do defend me. I don't want to make it a situation where people are saying it's misogyny or anything like that. When I didn't like, I don't want it to be a whole thing where it's like misogyny or anything like that, or like incels or anything like that. I just want it to be where it's just like, you can believe a person no matter, you know, what's going on. I mean, people don't believe this even though there's like physical evidence out there. But yeah. Thank you, everybody, and I mean, it was a very short explanation. I just I will be taking time to deal with it myself, and I'll obviously try and work on being more vocal about it, and I really hope that people learn from this and try and understand, like, other people can deal with stuff like this and you probably don't even know. And the thing that hurt me the most was when they said I should be embarrassed, that I'm probably embarrassed.
Yeah. That sucks. Yes, she was banned for 1 day. They were both banned for 1 day. Even though there was multiple instances. But again, Twitch doesn't care about like actually standing by anything. They're doing it to save their own PR. Like, she was defending it as like recently as like TwitchCon. Last week. Right. It happened multiple times. And yeah, no, just invite her to events, do collaborations with her. Why not? I said all that, right? I said all that to say, like this was a part of a wider discussion that kind of got spun into its own tangent. Um, but for so much lack of justice, the biggest dirtbags get rewarded in society. If you're a sociopath or rootless, the world is made for you. See about Nina beating on her brother too? No, but like that's not surprising. I don't need more evidence to show that she's a shitty person, right? But I want to tie this back to the larger discussion that I was having, because this leads into the conversation about. Wait, I think I lost the. I did. I lost the Themasius link thread thing. But hold on, I have my ultra wide monitor. I can scroll back up and find it. Oh wait, I found it. LOL. Wait, no, where is it? I have it. I found it. This leads into the conversation that people are having right now about the cutie stuff. Now, I don't know if people are familiar with that. Right, it's not exactly directly related, but it's like tangentially related. Essentially, what happened was, in response to everybody yelling at her about the Asmund and Aiden Ross tweet, it started a wider conversation about like the people you associate with on Twitch and what that means. And Cutie was replying to people and yelling at people, being like, you know, you can't tell me who I can and can't associate with. I'm still an ally. Right? I associate with these people so that I can change their minds in the future. You know? Like that's what her response was. And that led into a stream that she did with Vanilla Mace and KDB, where a lot of that sentiment came out and it became an entire topic of discussion. Who she associated with. People were referring to like FaZe, I think is kind of like the main group. But like just any person that's like that the audience finds as reprehensible. Right, it's kind of the thing. There's a time I've heard the term ally is someone self-declaring themselves as one, using it as a shield against criticism. I'm sure that there are others. Right, but see, I want to start clearing some of these tabs off. I talk about it a little bit in this video, which is why streaming feels different now. So you can watch it if you want to, but we're gonna have that saved. Close this. We're gonna close this. We're gonna keep this saved. Keep this saved. Where do I start? Where do I start? I have so many tabs up, and I'm sorry. Did I close this? Here.
Didn't agree.
One big issue on the left is that usually it takes huge commitment to deprogram those who've been conditioned by society to defend, identify with capitalism. It takes so much work to unravel the pro-capitalist and anti-socialist propaganda they've fed all their lives. That's true. I don't know how relevant it is to this discussion. I don't know how I feel about cutie stuff because living in Oklahoma, I kind of have to do the same thing to help people develop class consciousness. It's different because I'm not a streamer not streamers I'm talking to, I get the sentiment. It's a privileged position and using, but it's a privilege. I don't see a reason not to use. Yes, you know what? I'll save it. I don't know if I'm gonna watch the actual like. I also don't know how long the original stream was. I also don't have a link to it, so I might just start with like a clip that I know I have a link to. Jesus, I have so many bookmarks. Why are there so many bookmarks here? We got the VOD put up somewhere now. I have this VOD, which is Vanilla Miss's VOD talking about the situation, right? But not a. Here, let's just start with. I don't know. Can't find it. This. I think this is it, but like this is not what this is the long video. Geez, this is the long Twitter video. I hadn't seen the Zoya clip. It's pretty upsetting. I know people are happy with Cutie. Whom Cutie is choosing the platform associated with, I guess, because I didn't see it. I didn't know it was that bad. Did you say she will sue anybody that uploads it? I don't know. You know, it's not even particularly relevant. Right. I also don't want to be sued. But we'll start with this. We'll start with this.
Oh, someone with a 19 sedate me with a 19-month sub resub. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. So this is a little bit of a serious
Here. Okay, actually, no, you know what? Before this, I think I would rather start with like.
Y'all,
Videos like this.
I love.
Okay, maybe not this one specifically. This one, I saw this one pop up on my For You page. I don't even scroll.
This situation specifically gets me angry because I've had to deal with this for the.
Comes out of context. She was talking about suing people who reposted unreleased music. Do I still want to chance it though? I think it's important for the wider discussion. You know, okay, here's what we're gonna do. I've decided. I have to make an executive decision as the streamer person. I will show you the first minute of this.
I don't know. We played a little while ago. God, people are friggin' being annoying in my chat right now.
Why?
They were being so annoying mine earlier too. They just like be going on tangents.
What are they saying, Vanilla?
Honestly, this saddens me because I want to see the clip that had Katie in like be completely pixelated. Just because it was so funny when we saw it yesterday.
That about the homophobic jokes. They're like, but then you just if you still hang out with someone like that, then you just support it.
No. So this is what I'm gonna describe, okay? And you guys can
Okay.
believe what you can believe.
I know, like, I want,
okay?
like, explain it. I want you to, like, explain it better.
I'm gonna explain it. You guys can believe what you want to believe. I understand, but you're not allowed to coach me and say like that's not right. That's not what you like. Just because I don't act the same way you act, you're not allowed to like coach me through that. Because at the end of the day, I am somebody that's like, bitch, I'm an ally. Like
And I know
I
where
am
I'm
not
at. Yeah,
homophobic.
that's where it's
Everybody
like, and I
knows
know
I'm
where
not
I'm at.
homophobic. It doesn't matter who I talk to. Like the thing is
Yeah.
like I was raised in a very religious family. Unfortunately, there are people in my family that are racist. There are people in my family that are bigoted. There are people in my family that are homophobic. There's people in my family that are transphobic. Like, but I still love my family, right? And I still know that there are like that members of my family have good qualities. They have good qualities. And what's most important to get people to love other people is to love them. Fighting hate with hate will never get anything anywhere. If I were to say to someone who's homophobic, go fuck yourself, you homophobic prick, yes, I told them what they deserve. However, they aren't ever going to feel accepting. They're never going to learn how to be accepting. Like, do you understand that if you just write people off because they believe different things than you, they're never going to be exposed to why it's good to be around people that don't think like you, right?
I do not. I don't agree. And to be entirely fair, like what she's saying in principle is not that different than like what Hassan says in principle, right? Like fully like I think the words that she's using are not great. But in principle, what she's saying is not that far off from things that like Hassan says about like converting bigots and you know, bringing people nothing fairness here. Okay, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to take a deep breath, chatter. Nobody's directly attacking you. Just breathe. Anyway, the point that I was making is that what she's saying, like, again, purely on the principle of what she's saying, is not that different than what Hassan says, right? And like, how do you convert bigots? What's the best way to convert bigots? This is a conversation that I think that we should be able to have, right? Like about like, you know, bigots are a problem, bigots are an issue. What is the best way to correct bigotry and make society a safer place for marginalized people, right? So in theory, like I get it. I get it. However, right? However, the idea that the only way to convert bigots, racist people, transphobic people, homophobic people, is to be nice to them is one that I disagree with. I just don't necessarily believe that that's the case. Right? That is my personal philosophy. I can understand people having a different philosophy, but you know what I mean? I don't agree with it. You know what I mean? Also, chatter, save your link. I want to get back to it, but I don't want to finish what I'm saying here now. So like, if you want to send it again in like 5 minutes, I would appreciate that. Because I will lose it if I click on it now, and I will forget to open it up. But I don't agree that that's the only way to convert bigots. Right? I just don't. Right? I don't. Did she say only? I mean, she didn't say only, but I think that's the implication. You know, or she's implying that it's the most effective way. Right? That's the implication there. You know, I agree that it's not the only way, but I tend to think their love-hate for themselves plays a big role in their bigotry. I mean, maybe, but I don't think, no, because I don't, okay, actually, I disagree with that. Because bigotry is irrational, right? You're trying to rationalize, like, why somebody is bigoted. And what you have to understand that, like, they could be a product of their material conditions. And that can, explain, that can explain a little bit as to, like, why they don't hold, like, the correct beliefs. But the intricacies of, like, them being, like, racist is based in irrationality, right? It's based in a belief in untrue stereotypes. It's belief in a supremacy, and supremacy is an irrational ideology, right? It is a irrational belief system. You feel me? So I don't necessarily fully agree with that. You can rationalize it down to them just hating themselves, and that's why they're a bigot, right? Personally, but it's a nuanced conversation. Right? But regardless of any of that, I think marginalized people have a right to, right, have a differing perspective in dealing with bigots. Like they are allowed to be like, I actually think that you should just cut off all races. Right? And it does feel a little bit like talking over marginalized people to say, no, you don't understand what I'm trying to do here, and I'm doing it for the betterment of you. You know what I mean? Like, you're looking at a bunch of queer people being like, listen, queer people, I know better than you do about how to deal with homophobia, so let me do my thing. And I think that is why a lot of people are upset, like, this at its core. So Cutie may think that, like, hey, I'm going to use my privilege to interact with these bigoted people and then unlearn them and get them to believe what I believe. But marginalized people hear, hey, I'm going to speak for you in these spaces in which you are not in, right? And this is the best way to do it, and you must just take my word for it. You gotta hold them accountable and then reel them back in and convert them, which won't solely be with kindness, exposure, kindness, correcting misinformation, and fighting rationality. They have been living in their own lives. This is definitely easier said than done, considering the things racist, bigoted, phobic people do. Another part of it, right? I think the part that people are not talking about is that we're only talking about in theory. Right? I say in theory, Cutie is correct or is valid in what she believes, but also in theory, I can disagree with her theory of change, right? But none of that matters in actuality because we're talking about multimillionaires. You know what I mean? They're not changing their mind. Not when they're incentivized to not change their mind. Right? So even in theory, it's not, it's not even like the same as like converting your neighbor who's homophobic or transphobic or racist, or your coworker who's homophobic or transphobic or racist. These are multi-millionaire streamers who have their own established audience. So it also has the mentality, no, he's a millionaire. Yeah, and I think he's wrong. Yes, Shatter, Hassan also has this mindset, and I think he's incorrect. I literally criticize him for this exact thing constantly. I think he's incorrect. I do. Hassan is a little bit different because his goal is not even, he says this as well, his goal is not to change the mind of these individual streamers exactly, but is instead to convert their audiences, right? And that's just kind of different than what Cutie is describing. But even then, again, we can have a conversation about how effective that is. And I don't think it's as effective as Hassan thinks it is, right? Hassan thinks it's more effective than I think it is. And that's fair. That's fine. Again, we can have this disagreement, and that's totally chill. Right? But I don't think that changes the people who do have that disagreement as well. You know what I mean? Being nice if my father didn't convince him to not vote for BNP back in 2010. I challenged his ideas in good faith. Instead, cutting him out, I wouldn't have done anything. So I think it's nuanced. Yeah, but that's your father, Chatter. Your father is not a multi-millionaire who is then incentivized to not believe those things. You know what I mean? Like that's why it's different. Again, we're not talking about converting your neighbor. We're not talking about converting your coworker. We're not talking about converting your niece or your nephew. We're talking about converting multi-millionaires whose audiences are just like, fuck woke, let's keep saying slurs. You know what I mean? And what you have to understand is that it's a little bit different, right? It's a little bit different because you also have your own audience. Right? It's like, okay, imagine you are a part of an ant colony. And your queen ant was like, all right, workers, they're struggling over there. Let's just start giving them food and stuff, you know? And then the workers keep bringing food over and bringing food over and bringing food over. Because the queen's goal was to, like, you know, make that colony stronger. But the queen has not realized that, like, that the queen is bringing over, right, you know, dangerous ants into their colony who are now killing the members of the colony, right? So it's not as simple as just, hey, we're going to affect what they're doing over there for the best or for the better, right? Because it's give and take, right? Collabs are exchanged. You're not converting their audience. Their audience is also converting you. There's a two-way street here. You know? There's a two-way street here. So while you have a mindset of like, I'm gonna go and collab with them and be nice to them, and if they do something wrong, I'll correct it to convert their minds. But what you're also doing is you're exposing your audience to that audience that hasn't yet changed, right? You're exposing your audience to that audience that hasn't yet done the work. You're exposing your audience to that audience that's unsafe for them. You know? Because it's a two-way street. You feel me? And so like that's why people would be upset about that. Right? So it's not directly analogous to like converting a member of your family or converting your coworker or whatever. It's not analogous to that directly. If that makes sense. Okay, but how do you realistically convert new people then? You're not converting multi-millionaire streamers. And honestly, I don't think we should be. That shouldn't be the focus. Why are we centering these multi-millionaire streamers? Talk to your neighbors. Talk to your coworkers. Talk to the people in your life. I meant random people, not the streamers. Sorry. Well, I'm not saying that talking to random people is bad. I'm saying the exact opposite. That's what Cutie was talking about. No, she's talking about other streamers. Chatter. I genuinely don't think you're listening. I think you're listening with like both of your ears closed and your headphones off. There is a difference in trying to convert multi-millionaire streamers who have no incentive to grow or change, and talking to people who are not multi-millionaire streamers, who are in your orbit in the first place. The millionaire streamers are the people in her life. Yeah, but again, the point is that it's different when you yourself already. We're talking about different. Okay, I'll say it like this. What we're talking about in theory does not work for people like Cutie. It doesn't work for people who are multimillionaires who are surrounded by other multimillionaires. It doesn't. Especially when their money comes from their audiences who are doing like that. doing things like that, right? The theory of talking to and converting people in your real life it works for you and me and the rest of like the 99%. For multimillionaire streamers, it's not the same thing. You know what I mean? It is just not the same thing. Right? It's not the same thing. Because what you have to understand is you have an audience of marginalized people that you have to protect. Right? And those collaborations could put them in jeopardy. It could introduce them to an unsafe audience. And the people you're trying to convert are monetarily benefited from not doing that conversion. Again, I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying that it's different. You feel me? Thank you for the raid. Hello, we were talking about your video earlier. You know, so we to believe her reasoning, or is it to excuse to boost her viewership? I'm not saying that Cutie is or is like grifting or somehow like lying about what she's trying to do. Right? I don't think that would be productive, even if I did think that, which I don't. Right? I'm just saying that, like, is it the most effective thing? I don't know. I don't believe so. Like, I love that white leftist brand speaking to my soul. Thank you. I was going through a lot. Yeah. Also, we saw your video on literally that exact same thing. Like, I think it was yesterday. What does she need to do? Cutie can do what she wants to do, right? I hate people ask the question of like, oh, well, what do you expect? What do you expect for these people to do? Like, I'm not saying that she should or should not do anything, right? My role here is explain to you why people were mad at her. That's what I'm here to tell you why people were upset. Right? Cutie can make a decision to do whatever she wants to do. She's an adult. Right? But the truth of the matter is, the reality is, people were upset, and I'm telling you why they were upset. Right? They were upset because they felt like this was Cutie speaking over marginalized people. Because my vote for you for Rising Star, best of luck. Thank you. You know?
No,
like
I see that.
So my stepbrother is trans, and my dad refuses to use the correct pronouns.
And does right.
And he doesn't understand that he doesn't understand why it's so important, right? And it drives me crazy, and it drives my stepbrother crazy, of course. But I've had to say to my dad, you know, it's not gonna hurt you. It's not gonna hurt you to say the correct pronouns, but it does hurt him when you say the wrong ones.
Right. Right.
And you know what the difference is I'm able to have this conversation with my dad because I'm open-minded and we love each other. My stepbrother just says fuck off and won't talk to my dad. So there's no progress being made, right? And so you can believe what you want.
I won't speak to the intricacies of Cutie's familial situation. Right? It's not my place. I literally only know what she just described. You know what I mean? And no more. Right? But I think the issue is, and it's not an issue with Cutie specifically, but with like the way that people view bigotry, in that like the way that I read it is that distance is progress. You know? Space is progress. Time away is progress. Right? Or it can lead to progress. Right? Those are mechanisms that could lead to progress in the same way that Cutie having this conversation, right, with her dad could also lead to progress. Right? That distance, that time away, that space away, the mean words, right, could do the same thing as that like light coaxing to get to the correct position. Right? And I don't inherently think that one avenue of change is better than the other avenue of change. You know? I don't necessarily think that like the coddling is inherently better than the anger. In the same way that I don't think that the anger is inherently better than the coddling. However, I think the anger is valid. You know? I'm not one to say how any marginalized person should react to their marginalization. Right? It is not my place. I know my reaction and I can control my reaction, but I am not one to say, hey, you reacting in this way is actually bad for you, and I know better than you do on this. Right? Does that make sense? Are you arguing that reflex condemnation methods of change that marginalized people tend to prefer? No, that's not an argument that I'm making. Right? Because you can't make an argument for that, because it's like you can't speak for all marginalized people. You know what I mean? I didn't do a study about like which one they prefer. Right? But if they do prefer that, right, then they should be allowed to do that. And that's completely valid for them to do that as well, right? But if they don't, right? Because again, I'm also not going to sit there and tell a trans person who wants to who still talks to their transphobic parent and wants to try to explain their humanity. I'm not going to sit there and tell that trans person that they're invalid for doing that. Right? In the same way that I'm not going to sit there and tell a trans person who is like, fuck you, transphobe, I'm going out and doing my own thing. Like, I'm not going to tell that trans person that they're invalid for doing that either. Both are entirely valid, right? Because as the person who is the subject of that marginalization, they get to make that choice. Right? They do. In the same way that, like, I try not to make it this one's harder for me, right? I try not to make it a point to say how other Black people do or do not react to marginalization, right? I will definitely be harder on other Black people because I am Black and I can speak to that experience and what I would do. But I do make it a point to try to not say, okay, your mechanism of change is inherently invalid and your frustration and anger, the way that you're going about it, is inherently invalid, right? Because everybody has a difference, right, in the way that they decide to engage with marginalization. You know? She says very cutie. She does say moments later that she totally understands why her brother doesn't want to talk to her father. I just hope she realizes that this conversation literally can't have because her father is actively dehumanizing her brother before the conversation even begins.
You guys you can say that. You can say to me, no, you're supporting it. I'm not. I don't support that my father is transphobic at times. I don't support.
Like, this is fair for her to think that, but like, I don't know how, like, I think that, like, you know, she can think that if she wants to think that, right? But how do I say this? I don't know if trans people, or if her brother doesn't think that, or does think that, like, Cutie's cordiality with her father is support, then I don't know what you can say about that. You know what I mean? I don't know, like, Does that make sense? Like, okay, I'll say it like this. As a black person, if I see a white person like speaking to a white supremacist and I'm like, oh, you condone that white supremacist. And they're like, no, listen, I'm doing this for you, right? I'm doing this for you. I'm talking to white supremacists about black people. I'm doing it for you, right? And I'm like, well, I would rather you not talk to white supremacists at all. And you're like, no, listen, I'm doing this like on your behalf. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, like, I understand what she's saying, and I get her position and her positionality, right? But I do understand why people are upset. You know? I don't think you need to quit having a public convo like this. It should be a personal off-camera moment. Honestly, I think that for the most part, moments like this should be off-camera, even separate from Cutie specifically, right? Like, because these are very nuanced discussions about like the experience of marginalized people, right? And I think that they should happen not like blasted out to the ecosystem, but also including the marginalized people that they're about. That's how I view personally, right? But the fact that it was public, I do understand why people were upset and frustrated. You know, and there's freaking a lot more, like 15 minutes left, but I do want to show you some responses that I've seen, right? That kind of explain that specifically. You know?
This situation specifically gets me angry because I've had to deal with this for the last year. You can't just rehabilitate someone by being friends with them. If someone is a racist or a homophobe or a bigot or this and that, and you don't constantly challenge them on it, and you're actively hanging out with them, and you're cool with them, and you treat them like they're a normal person, which they're not going to get better. They need to be ostracized. They need to feel bad. You can't, oh, buddy, we're good friends, you're my pal, you might be racist, but like, we go way back. You can't fucking like do that to someone and expect them to change.
And I will say, I said this before, I'll say this again, we don't know about the conversations that are happening off stream, right? We don't. We don't know about the interesting conversation that Cutie might be having off stream, right? But people are reacting to what happens on stream, you know? And I can't necessarily say that they're invalid for reacting to what they see on stream. You know? If I point be charitable? No, I disagree with that, actually. I disagree, right? I'm not going to assume the conversations that are happening, right? So I will say that they may be happening, potentially. And so I will acknowledge that they may be happening. However, people are going to react to what they see in front of their eyes. And so if they don't see those conversations, right, how are they supposed to know the conversations are happening? You know, I said they're talking privately. I don't mean the conversation between like Vanilla Mace and Cutie. I mean the conversation between like Cutie and like Lacey, or Cutie and Ron, or Cutie and Jason. Like, we don't see those conversations when they happen off stream. Like, we don't see off stream if Ron says an ableist joke, or Lacey says something racist, and Cutie's like, "Oh, you shouldn't be saying that." You know, we literally don't see that happening. But because we don't see that happening, like, people are only going to react to what they do see. They're only going to react to what's happening in front of them. I am charitable that Cutie can learn and grow and make amends for the things that she said and done to others, because she's a human being like the rest of us, but that is up for her to do the work, not the rest of us. I don't hate Cutie. I don't know her. I do not respect Cutie. I don't know about all that specifically, but I mean, you have that perspective if you want to. We don't know how far she goes to defend people offline, but we just saw her defend a bigot online. She does do that on camera, not every time, but she does not do that, or doesn't not do that. Well, you need to do it every time. Like, I will say that, like, if you are going to occupy that role, there is no time when you can't do it. Does that make sense? Like, if you're saying that I'm going to be in this room specifically to defend black people and someone says F black people and you don't say anything, like then you're not fulfilling the role that you said you were going to fulfill in that room in the first place. Right? I'm also not saying that she doesn't combat these things when they happen on camera. Right? I'm also not saying that it doesn't happen off stream. Right? I hear that's not what you said. What do you mean? At no point have I ever said that Cutie doesn't defend or combat these people on stream. Right? You will never find me saying that ever because I don't speak in absolutes like that. So explain to me what I said. You misunderstood? Probably, because I don't speak in absolutes. I would never have said Cutie never defends marginalized people on stream. That's not anything that I would have said. I don't know about all that after misreading it. I did not intend for like my comments to be read aloud. Well, I'm sorry, chatter. If you're in the chat, I gotta read it. Anyway, let's continue.
You're not challenging these people if you're playing fucking board games with them and going out to dinner and being their friend and just having conversations about sports and games and the weather and how their day was in relationships and this and that.
I will disagree with this. You can. However, I think that marginalized people have a right to be upset. Right? You are allowed to like be friends with like, you know, bigoted people and then try to slowly convert them over time. I think you're allowed to do that. However, I think people have a right to be upset about that. You know what I mean? I can see why people are mad. Right? And if you think what you're doing is completely fair and valid and just, keep doing it. Genuinely. If you can understand, like, I get why you're mad, but I'm still doing something. This is what Hassan does. Right? Hassan's like, yeah, y'all are mad at me for talking to this person, but like, I have an overarching goal, and he just says he's gonna do it regardless. And so if that's the case, like, what am I supposed to do about that? Like, you know, I can disagree with it, but like, what am I supposed to do about that? Hassan says, like, I acknowledge that you're mad, I acknowledge that you're angry, but I'm doing this because I think that it's the best way to convert bigots. And I'm just like, okay. You know, I disagree, but like, okay. You know what I mean? So if you genuinely think, right? I don't get his that he has said this a million times, why people are mad now. You can watch my video about why people are mad now. But like, I don't think it matters. I don't think the fact that people weren't mad before makes the anger that they feel now invalid. I don't think that either. You know what I mean? But if you want to know specifically why it's happening currently right now, I have a video about why streaming feels different. You can watch that on my YouTube channel. It came out this morning. You know? Oh my freaking goodness. Come here. Pile driver. Rah. 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 Yeah. 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 Come on, what? Fight me? Fight me? What? All right. Now, stay. Okay? Don't bite at me. Here. I could do clear, but you said earlier the discussion was framed around explaining the anger people have, not trying to challenge you. It is. It is about the anger people have. Guess it's like you can feel your method is valid, but also understand you're probably gonna just have to eat the anger. Exactly. That's my perspective. Did you think the cutie is speaking against injustice when you saw her excuse sexual assault against Zoil? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that explains the I don't think that devalues if she's talking about or unlearning the bigotry of other people, right? I think it's fucked up. I think it's bad, right? But I don't think that it like inherently means that she hasn't done it in other instances. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness. That's my life in Los Angeles. There's a parade? No, it's freaking fires happening.
Needs to be at the forefront of every single fucking interaction you have. If you want to like maintain a relationship with a horrible person, you need to actively be working every day to try and change them. Not
I do agree with this. You know what I mean?
just, oh, well, we're buddies.
Even
We're
if you lived in LA for a year, chatter.
friends. Like, this means more than our friendship? Yes! Yes, it fucking does! This situation specific.
I watched the stream last night and oh, do I have something to say. I think it just really bugs me that there are a new wave of streamers that are
South? I did. I moved.
Becoming more popular that are getting taken advantage of from other big streamers by using their platform to speak their mind truly to get their point across to other people's platforms. It is so obvious that this branch of generation with chatters are becoming very parasocial, which is very annoying and bad. But what a friend to be by sharing your thoughts about something that is very hot to someone in a collaborated stream. Like, there have been many moments that could have been stopped in the conversation, and there have been many times where the conversation has been trying to switch or change because the topic is just so hot to talk about, especially at late at night because they were talking at like 10 p.m. or something like that, and everyone's tired and all in their feelings. It is also a privilege to be able to tell two people that don't...
Sorry. Getting some cardboard? She already chewed up all my cardboard. I don't have any cardboard left.
To someone in a collaborated stream. Like, there have been many moments that could be sharing your thoughts about something that is very hot to someone in a collaborated stream. Like, there have been many moments that could have been stopped in the conversation, and there have been many times where the conversation has been trying to switch or change because the topic is just so hot to talk about, especially at late at night because they were talking at like 10 p.m. or something like that, and everyone's tired. And all in their feelings. It is also a privilege to be able to tell two people that don't need to or don't have to listen to you to delete their VOD. And it's obviously something that...
Okay, I'm not gonna finish this video. Just because it's just, this is more about the like the logistics or the logistical aspects of the conversation as opposed to like the inherent political aspect of the conversation. You know?
Of Vanilla Maze, but if she continues to hang out with these big old Twitch streamers, they're gonna drag her down to the ground. This girl Miss Vanilla has been getting a bunch of hate is back to back. And I feel like it is so selfish of Cutie.
So cute.
To get up on that live, they sitting there waiting for the game to download, and she decides to bring this up. Oh, a bunch of people have been in my
Dang,
comments.
he's being drugged. I don't even like fully agree with this, but like, I think this is a consequence of Vanilla Mace having such an insanely large TikTok following. You know what I mean? And so now people on TikTok are like, "Yo, that's our girl over there. You know, you better leave her alone. You better leave her alone." So like, I think that's part of it.
About this, and I just feel like she brought that up, and I guess in hopes of Katie and Vanilla to defend her, but she was just doing a bunch of yap 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 yap. I just wish somebody had the balls to say, hey, let's not talk about this on the stream. Or, hey, let's talk about something else, because it was awkward. And I just hate that Vanilla was just talking and talking and talking. And I'm just irritated because at the end of the day,
it's night.
Vanilla's still gonna
I'm sorry. I still say it.
Out with Cutie. She's still gonna collab with her. So it's just I hate all of this. Oh, another thing, to make things worse, they deleted the VODs, deleted all the clips.
Cutie.
And they were talking about it on the live, saying, oh my god, please delete it, delete your VOD. I'm like, this couldn't be a message. Like, this is damage control. Like, oh my god.
As a white woman, has the time to love people back into not being homophobic and stuff. I don't really agree with the way she said it. It almost puts blame on people that immediately shut down homophobic people. She says it like, if you tell homophobic people, fuck you, you're not helping the problem. Which in some ways you could say that, but they don't have the time. When their life is on the line, they don't have the time to try to love people back and to understand like nobody's gonna do that bullshit. And that's why I think her as a white woman, I'm appreciative that she's using her time and her privilege to try to love people back to the... And I say it like that because it's like, how effective is that? How many minds has she changed by just being compassionate? Not to say that it's not effective or whatever, but I think, like, how much are you really doing with that? And saying fuck you and moving on is not effective either, but I don't know. It's literally like we're both doing the same thing. I'm just saying fuck you and you spending your time and energy trying to change these people's minds. But see, you have the time for that. She has the time to go sit down and try to chat and talk and love these people. People like me and queer people and trans people. There is no time. Like, our lives are literally on the line. That's my take on it. Cutie as a white woman has the time to love people back into not being homophobic and stuff. I don't really agree with the way she said it. It almost puts blame on people that immediately shut down.
Man, people on TikTok are mad.
I was someone who, because of Vanilla Mace, became a fan of Katie and
in 6 minutes.
Cutie's.
For what? Why is he stepping in on my time?
Cinderella, and now the stream last night, I did not watch it, but I did see clips, and I have a lot.
Okay, this is about this stream. Okay, we're gonna get to this stream first.
Stream as I drink and eat my soup. I got a Thai soup. I've never had it before. It's some sort of lemongrass coconut cream soup. It's very yummy.
Here,
at this point, because it's all over TikTok.
Oh, here.
Guys, okay, thing. I'm scared. Like I'm gonna freaking get it. So I'm gonna spank ya. I'm not gonna spank you. Okay, you. This is not a you guys. Okay, thing. I obviously, you know, this is just about everything that's been going on. Just this month as a whole, and especially with Friday's stream. For those of you who don't know, Actually, I'm sure, I don't know who the fuck doesn't know at this point because it's all over TikTok and everything, and it's been living in my brain rent free ever since.
You realize how much you miss if you're not on TikTok, which I'm not. So I missed a lot of stuff. All I get on TikTok is those edits that are like, I was like, what is it? It's like those Demon Slayer edits. It's like, I want the world burn, let the world burn. Is this how it always have to end? If I don't love you, then no one can. That's it. That's all I get on TikTok. or I get speed edits that are like a movie clip, and they're like, I'm Ron McDonald, headshot 223. Like it's the speed stuff. Like that's it. All I get. Or my favorite one is like headshot 223. Bedrock Bumblebee. Bro, have y'all seen that one? That one is good. I like that one. I like that one. That was my favorite one. that I wish I had your For You page. That's literally all I get. That's all I get. Or or Creed edits. Hold on, let me see. Ooh, or I get that guy who stands up and he's like, monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, look into the window. Or I get that guy who's like, monsters, creatures lie here, look into the window. Come on, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know who I'm talking about. We do not. Yes, you do. You liars. Okay, I have to show it to you. I have to show it to you. This is more important than anything else I discussed. You telling me you haven't seen this guy?
Why you gotta be?
Wait.
Monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the monster. How should I feel? Creatures. Monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the monster. How should I feel? Creatures. Monster. How should I feel? Monster, how should I feel? Creatures like you, like you, Monster, how should I feel? Creatures like you, like you, Monster, how should I feel? Creatures like you.
Are you telling me you've never seen this guy? Is this just my For You page? I see like 3 of his videos every time I scroll. Every time I scroll.
My who can it be?
Why is this not playing?
Grown baby on Halloween.
Where's it at? Okay. No. Okay, where's it? It was so funny. Wait. Okay, was this it?
The fuck? What the monster? How should I feel? Niggas just like here, looking through the window. Niggas just like here, niggas just like here. How should I feel? How should I feel? Niggas just like.
What is he even singing? You haven't heard this song, chat? This is like, okay, this one.
Monster, how should I Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster, How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window monster.
This is literally my whole For You page. This is my entire For You page. It's just these videos. Just all of them.
Creatures lie here, looking through the window monster.
This is my favorite one.
Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the monster. How should I feel? Creatures monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the monster. How should I feel? Creatures monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window monster.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my For You page is literally just this type of content. Dang, I also get a lot of Hassan hate TikToks. Bro, that's all I get. All I get is Hassan Sudan like content. It's it. Oh, there's a hate green hate video. Let me like this one real quick. Thank you. Bro, again, it's another one. It's another one. That's all I get. That's all I get. Oh, this is the Hassan defense one. We have bigger fish to fry than dog shot collars. See?
Yeah, so. Shaq, why don't you post Thursday? Okay, so reason. All right, I'm gonna be the contrarian here.
Oh, this is a Hassan defense video.
It's just too pretty. I got a DM from someone recently asking.
Wait, there's another video about Hassan. And the title of it is Why is Hassan Situation Everywhere?
The pirate software is still happening.
Okay, sorry, I got a pirate software fall-off video. I like this one real quick. Thank you very much. Anyway, focus up, chat. Focus up. Let's go back to this. Back to the situation. It was a little fun little break. Everybody get your waters and stuff. Nothing but Hassan hate and monsters. How should I feel? Monsters. How should I feel? A creature's lie here, looking through the window. Monsters. I'm gonna be singing that forever now. I will be singing that forever now. Can you go back to the Columbus Day one? I don't remember what that one was. Oh wait, I skipped it. It's closed now. So I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know. What is this one? It won't load. I have too many tabs open, I think. Okay, here. Let me just move it over here. Monsters. How should I feel? A creature's lie here, looking through the window. Monsters. How should I feel? Creatures lie here.
I think it was so fucked for Cutie to use two queer people's platforms to address the situation she did that night.
I will say, I think this is probably the least compelling criticism, personally. like like they're adults. They are side. It's not like they're like small creators that like Cutie brought on to like absolve herself. They are people that Cutie's collabed with before. You know, they're like friends. So I just think that this is the least compelling critique that I've seen so far. Personally, Vanilla is bigger than her. That's also true. That's just how that's how I view it. Where I can understand the critique. I think it's just not as compelling as like, you know, the other critiques. Personally,
I think that was a fuck situation because it's giving. Well, I have queer friends. Like, I support them. Like, you didn't have to address it on their platforms at all. Like, I get you were all playing
like
together.
I don't think that's compelling. I don't. I don't think that Cutie was like, oh, let me go on these two queer people's platforms and talk about befriending, uh, befriending bigots. I don't. I think she just was on, like, in a space that I think she thought would agree with her because they're friends with her, and she wanted to talk about something that she experienced recently, and it just did not turn out in a very productive conversation. You know, there were no right answers for Katie and Vanilla to say that witness to the queer community is more important, but that's valid. No, I agree with that. That I do agree with, right? Um, right, but I just don't think that like, oh, like Cutie was like weaponizing queer platforms to you know, absolve herself from befriending anti-queer people. I don't necessarily think that's entirely compelling. I also think that she thought that they would agree because Vanilla has agreed with similar sentiments in the past. Maybe. But Casey trying to squeeze what we're talking about next. I do want to get through this first though.
It happened. There was a stream that, you know, me, Cutie, and Katie, we were playing some games, and we somehow got on the topic of just parasocial people, because Katie was talking about how her chat at this time of night always tells her, oh, you need to go to bed, you need to go to bed, you look so tired, you look so tired. And then the conversation kind of just like spun into something that it shouldn't have ever went to in the first place. It was just not a conversation that needed to happen on stream. And it was very, like, it was just like an awkward, uncomfortable thing for everybody involved. And yeah, so that's basically like what happened. And if first and foremost, I would like to say that the idea of deleting the VOD was my idea, okay? And if you watch the full thing back, you will literally hear me say, can we just fucking delete this? Because I am not in the mental space right now to deal with just what I already know is going to come from this. Because I already knew that this was going to be a whole thing, obviously. So that was my idea. So I'm just going to let that be known once and for all. Also, after the fact, too, if you were here for the live.
I also, I think people oftentimes just get caught up on the wrong things. I don't think the VOD deletion thing was like the most big deal, even if Cutie says, can we delete the VOD? You know? People are like, see, that's admission of guilt or whatever. But like, I don't think it changed what Cutie said, regardless of whether or not she wanted the VOD to be deleted or not. And so like, why are we focusing on that? That's why I never engaged in that in the first place. But I think people are kind of just care more about the superficial stuff. You know? Personally. I'm so glad I'm so offline to not know anything about streamer drama. I'm so confused about this. Well, strap in, because, you know, I'm also confused, but, you know.
after that conversation was had and we
It's
all
not
like,
a
you know,
big
went our
deal,
separate ways.
but it is
I
so sus in my opinion.
started
I mean,
crying.
you can think that. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's like an indictment of anything, really.
I started crying, and it was not about necessarily what had happened, but oh, I have a rogue eyelash. Thank you. It was not about what had happened, but it was more so just like everything as a whole, and I was just getting emotional because there's just been a lot going on this month. There's just been a lot going on this month, and you know, there were some things that were said that I did not necessarily.
Kitty's saying that she didn't want people sharing the music stuff she's saying earlier and didn't care about the drama stuff. What link do you have if it's not the link? You know what I mean? I mean, you can say what you have if you want to.
Agree with or think that could have been said better, probably. And the thing is, I know where.
Oh, they have a video file.
Heart
yeah, you should put it in the Discord if you want to, or Imgur. It doesn't matter.
Is, and I know that she tries to have everybody in the community come together.
Yeah, so I want her back.
And
Focus up.
Not necessarily agree with or think that could have been said better, probably. And
he's not apologizing though, so it's fair to want to know what, so you are aware of where you're putting your support, but like I don't think you should hold random streamers or celebrities to politician standards. Chatter, this is not politician standards. I don't. We get to 30 seasons. That's not the cute clip we were looking for, Chatter. It's a different clip? Yeah, that's why I assumed.
the thing is, I know where Cutie's heart is, and I know that she
tried. Let's calm down. Who are you telling to calm down? I wasn't even being aggro. I just said I don't think that it's politician standards. Chatters. Well, maybe you should at the chatters too. You did the same thing. You're just talking out in the ether, expecting me to know that you're talking to other chatters and not to me. Everybody get your ads in order, all right? Before you press enter, before you press send, get your ads in order. Get your chat replies and your ads in order. Okay, let's run it back. Now let's continue.
Just getting emotional because there's just been a lot going on this month. There's just been a lot going on this month, and you know, there were some things that were said that I did not necessarily agree with or think that could have been said better, probably. And the thing is, I know where Cutie's heart is, and I know that she tries to have everybody in the community come together. And you know, we have had conversations in private about this, and that's not something that you guys need to like know about, but like, you know, I'm not going to go into detail on that. And I just don't want anyone to think that all I'm going to say is that it's like I'm trying to be like freaking PR Dre now. There are clips of me giving other people advice, literally saying, you are who you hang out with. And I've given people advice. People have been like, hey, my boyfriend, this XYZ, you know, like, is hanging out with this guy and he fucking sucks.
Man, this chat hates Cutie. Jeez Louise. Please just admit to it. Stop defending her. Please don't defend her. No way you keep defending Cutie. They've hated Cutie for a really long time? Really? Vanella's chat is known to be insufferable. They didn't like her dry humor. Man, there are sides to the streaming space that I had no idea existed. A lot of those people were not her chatters. She had 15K people, regular like 5K. I mean, they're okay. I guess. Yeah, I guess these people, just people who like hate Cutie, but like from like the left perspective of like on like TikTok and who just came and used Vanilla as their vector of anger, I guess.
And I have literally said, hey, you are who you hang out with. And so for that take of, you know, it's you are not who you associate with was not necessarily something that I agreed with. And I don't want it to seem like I'm backpedaling on something because I have quite literally said that in the past, that I have stood on that and said, I personally think if you hang out with somebody who is, you know, XYZ, that what does that have to say about your character kind of a thing. Although I do think the clips were taken out of context a little bit. I do think the clips were taken out of context. And
I'm not gonna say that I don't believe her, but I am gonna say that like it is kind of hard to simultaneously hold the take of like I asked for the VODs to be deleted, and I also the clips are out of context because it's not like we can see the context anymore. You know what I mean? Like officially. So that's just something that I think is interesting about that specific take. But I will say that I don't doubt that she has said this before, and that you know she's standing on like what she was saying before instead of what she was saying in the clips. You know, that's fine. This is not the biggest of deals. But it's just like the clips are, you know, the VODs are gone.
And now people are and of course people are saying, oh, you were nodding your head and stuff and everything. What
I think that's also silly. Personally, I think that's a silly thing standard to hold. You know what I mean? A little bit. Like I think that like you can criticize the things that people are saying. I think that's fine. But like, see, look, you nodded here, therefore you must unilaterally agree. I think that's a yeah, it gets a little bit into like the body language expert style, like, you know, I think people are just mad again for what I talked about in my video. Like, geez, it got like a 1.3K in 3 hours. That's insane. I think people are mad. I think people are upset. And they are using this as a vector of anger. And so that now they're latching onto anything that they can possibly do to, you know, justify their anger, and they're moving on that. Is it fair? Not entirely, but it is what it is.
when you it's hard when you're put in that position because
Basically, Cutie said, what did she say?
with all of
Cutie's
our
point was basically like, you can't tell me not to hang out with the Phase Boys, because I need to hang out with them to change their minds on the things that they're bad at, like being homophobic and racist and transphobic and stuff. That was essentially what it was. A lot of it stems from the Asmongold tweet too. Yeah, but they asked for a TLDR, and that's just that's mostly the TLDR. Like, if I recommend you just go watch the VOD, right? But like, if you want like the entire situation distilled down into like a sentence, it's that. Okay, fan done. Shatter, I want you to watch the VOD from yesterday. Cause that was objectively worse. Your VOD, indeed. Or I think there's a channel highlight on my channel called The Fan of It All. You can watch that too. It'd be a video posted tomorrow on my YouTube channel. So if you want to wait for that tomorrow, you can see it then. But it's not good. It's pretty bad.
Chats combined, there are over 10,000 people watching. And quite literally, when anyone is talking to me, I go like this. When anyone is talking to me about anything, that's just like, I'm just like, like that's just a conversational thing that happens with anyone that I fucking talk to.
I think it was, it's better if I hang out with them and change them than let them fall more in the right-wing adjacent circle, something like that. I mean, that's not that different than what I said. But yeah, that's another way that you can describe it as well. I don't think Ludwig's whole situation did feel like a betrayal to the fan base, and we're assuming the worst with QD too. If the situation were a better time, this would have more civil thoughts. Maybe would have been more civil. Yes, I think so, but TikTok still would have been mad. So okay, I think this is all related. Does it have to go the other way? If QD is worse by hanging out with bigoted, her bigoted family, is her bigoted father better for hanging out with QD? Nobody is saying QD is worse for hanging out with her bigoted family. This is not about her family. Nobody brought up her family except for QD. People are talking about the streamers, right? The streamers that she decides to associate with. It's not about people that are just like she's like forced to be around because they're family. Right? She makes an active choice with the people that she's friends with. Right? And the argument is not even that QD is worse for hanging out with them. The argument is that hanging out with them, right, validates that behavior. Not that it changes QD to become like them. It's that when you engage with people who are bigoted, right, without expressly walking back that bigotry every second of every day, you are validating that bigotry by rewarding them for that behavior. That's what the perspective is. Right? Yeah, you're normalizing it. And that's what frustrates people. I didn't think the Fades boys were like that. Like what? Like bigoted? I mean, you can find instances of not just the Fades boys, but like people being like homophobic, transphobic, racist, ableist. Like this was a huge thing that we talked about like last month. You feel me?
That's just that. And I think if you watch the full thing, you could obviously feel the fucking tension. You could feel that it was a little awkward for everyone.
And again, I also don't think it helps. Like take the Jason and Lacey thing with Arky, right? Jason and Lacey making a tweet on Arky's account being like, "I'm coming out as gay" as a joke, right? And people seeing that and being like, "That's homophobic. That's gross. I hate that they did that," right? And you had Cutie saying that she talked to them privately about why that was bad and not good. However, we don't see those private conversations. All we see is the bigotry, right? That just happened. As the viewership, as the base, like as people who are on the outside, all we see is the bigotry that's happened, right? No apology, no acknowledgement of harm, no accountability. And then a conversation supposedly happening, and then like Cutie hanging out with them again later on, right? And so as a viewer, You know, as a viewer, they see that and they're like, okay, your goal is to do this thing, but this thing is not happening, right? That frustrates me. You know what I mean? It reads as her covering for them. And I believe Cutie had a conversation with them. You know what I mean? Like I believe her. Right? But as a queer person, right? You're like, what is that? What does any of this matter? Right? If like they're being rewarded for this behavior in the first place. If they get a stern talking to and a finger wag, right? But like nothing materially changes in their lives. Because they won't. They're millionaires. Right? And I think that concept made people mad when it happened. But now that's all coming to a head now for a plethora of different reasons. And people are very frustrated and they're very angry and they're very mad and they are lashing out for the anger that they feel in their lives with people who are the most accessible to them. Right? And that's what's happening. From my perspective.
And it's more of a thing where I know that I, as a
I genuinely
white
think
woman,
that her upbringing
have
has a lot to do with how she connects herself in those situations. I don't fully agree because it's not just Cutie, right? Cutie's the vector of a lot of people's anger right now, but it's not just Cutie, right? It's not. This applies to Ludwig. This applies to Ray to a certain extent, right? Or to literally anybody who's in the space. You know what I mean? This is why you saw the conversation with Ray and Asmongold last week, right? You see it with Hassan constantly, right? You saw it with Ludwig, back a few weeks ago, as well. You know, like it's the thing that you see in the space. Happened with Ray and Asmongold. It's not important. Don't worry about it right now. You feel me? But people are upset and they're angry. Thin Purple Line for real. It should primarily land on men to challenge the patriarchy, since it's theirs uphold. Primarily doesn't mean exclusively. Yeah, but it's not just the patriarchy, chatter. Right? It's homophobia, it's transphobia, it's racism. It's not just the patriarchy. So the responsibility is on all of us to challenge that.
The privilege of being able to be in some spaces and be some places that I don't have to worry for my safety and that I don't have to worry for, you know what I mean? So I could never sit here and try to tell people, like marginalized people, how they should feel about comments like that. And I don't, everyone is saying, are you guys listening to what I'm saying right now? Like, this chat is confusing the fuck out of me. Are y'all listening to what I'm saying? Like, genuinely. Are you listening with the fucking sound on or no? Like, what? I am telling y'all that I understand why people are upset about that. I'm telling you that I know and understand.
Wait, I'm gonna run it back. I missed something.
Of being able to be in some spaces and be some places that I don't have to worry for my safety and that I don't have to worry for, you know what I mean? So I could never sit here and try to tell people, like marginalized people, how they should feel about comments like that.
Exactly. That's my entire perspective. But that's literally what I've been saying. Also, I respect anybody who uses the term marginalized people. It shows they know ball. You know? It shows they know ball. Hey, that's exactly what you said. Yeah, it's almost like I'm not just talking out the side of my neck. But you know who? Sorry. Oh, too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Take it from us too soon. Rest in peace.
And I don't, everyone is saying, are you guys listening to what I'm saying right now? Like, this chat is confusing the fuck out of me. Are y'all listening to what I'm saying? Like, genuinely.
Also, no, chat's never listening.
Are you listening with the fucking sound on or no? Like, what? I am telling y'all that I understand why.
Also, yes, it is an emote of Dean in a cowboy hat. Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. It is an emote of Dean in a cowboy hat. And it is peak. It is my favorite emote. I love it so much. I love it oh so much.
People are upset about that. I'm telling you that I know and understand why that is a take that people are upset about. Okay? Because as somebody who has as a white person who recognizes that I have white privilege, that there are certain people that can be in rooms and have comments like that be made, and it would affect them in ways that could affect them for the rest of their life, because it is a personal attack on them. Do you get what I'm saying?
True.
Marginalized groups of people cannot be in rooms where people are making these kinds of jokes and XYZ and whatever, and have it be something that can be excused or written off because it's something that could affect them for the rest of their lives, and it's stuff that they have to deal with constantly.
True. I think that is a good point as well, right? Because what you still have to consider is that, like, the streaming space still is or lacks diversity. Does that make sense? Like, the top streaming ecosystem still lacks the diversity it needs for even to be able to joke about these things to be acceptable, right? If you had like a plethora, like queer spaces makes, like people in queer spaces make homophobic jokes all the time, right? People in like predominantly black spaces make anti-black jokes all the time, right? But it's not seen as the same thing because those people are in those spaces. Like these are happening in community with, right, with queer people. It's happening in community with Black people, right? However, when like, you know, the homophobia is happening or the transphobia is happening, it's not like there's a plethora of trans people at the top of the streaming ecosystem. It's not like there are trans people in these rooms, you know. It's not like there's like a gaggle of queer people in these rooms, right? Like a good example of that is like the Scar thing from like, it was like 2 years ago at this point. You know what I'm talking about? Like when Scar made an anti-Black joke, right? Referring to like one of the few Black people who are actually in the spaces like that, and she wasn't even in the room or in the car. She wasn't even in the car. Right? And so it just rubs people the wrong way when there is a lack of representation for their identities in these spaces in the first place. And on top of that, they're made as like the butts of jokes. The jokes are being made at their expense, right? It's frustrating. And then when there are like woke, right, or like you know, white people that are who are in these rooms, right, and they're supposed to be there specifically to tailor that, right, and if it's not happening to the extent that people want, then they're going to be frustrated, you know, because they're not in those rooms. They like can't be, essentially, due to a number of factors, right? There's disproportionate representation, right? Or they're underrepresented in these spaces in the first place. And that on top of everything else also frustrates people because they simultaneously aren't in the rooms to correct those stereotypes. And the people who are supposed to speak to their interests who are in those rooms, right, are not correcting those stereotypes. And then it frustrates them again. Right? Or at least not correcting it to the extent that they would like. You know? And while I do, again, I said this before, I'll say it again. While I do acknowledge that it could very well, these conversations could very well be had, or these conversations could very well be being had, or have been had off stream, right? Because oftentimes the buck is passed to being off stream. It'd be like, oh, we talked about this off stream. Oh, we had this conversation off stream. Oh, we talked about this privately. The problem is if these things are happening publicly, right? If these bigotries are happening publicly, if these incidents are happening publicly, and they're only being corrected off stream, then the audience is not learning that like these things are unacceptable to happen, right? The audience sees the bigotry, right? Sees like the wokes getting mad, and then sees you collaborating with them the next day. They don't see the change happening. They don't see that it's unacceptable. They don't see the conversation being had, right? So the harm continues in real life when these audiences take that as acceptable and go and then harms the marginalized people in their real life, and the marginalized people who are watching these streams see you interacting with them like nothing happened at all. You know? Is that what Kitty was doing during the Lacey PR practice stream? I don't know what that's referring to, personally. I'd add to, like, if the criticism are coming from the audience, I don't know why they can't just be, like, as some form of moderation. Like, I get it, private matters are being handled as such because, like, I don't know, drama farmers will always be there. Yeah, but if, like, I don't think bigotry is the same thing as drama, you know? And that should be corrected. Like in the medium that it occurred, in my personal opinion.
And also, too, as a queer woman as well, obviously, another thing. It's just one of those things that was just uncomfy. It was just uncomfy for everyone. And I am just letting you know that as somebody who, you know, as a friend and as somebody who was like, hey, I was kind of the one who was like, hey, can you elaborate on that? I was the one who in a sense dragged it out because I wanted to, I was like almost a little confused. I wanted to hear more. And so I was the one that was like, hey, my chat is like, you know, I wanted to hear more. And I just don't think that was obviously not something that helped anything. Sorry, I'm reading. And yeah, so how did this even start? The conversation? Okay, why did it have to be so public? That's another thing that I'm wondering as well. See, that's the thing. I don't know how it even, like, went down that road or why it went down that road. And I don't think it should have because I just don't think it was just not a conversation for stream. Simply at the end of the day, it was just not a conversation for stream. And one thing I'm gonna, okay, see, like, and again, I don't want to, like, have to bring up fucking receipts and shit to make it seem like, you know, but I have quite literally had instances in the past where I have had very good friends that have ended up making comments that were like very, like just blatantly fucking racist, like just straight up racism. Like I had a friend a few years ago who was a very good friend of mine who during the height of the BLM protests at the beginning of COVID, had made a comment saying, it's just something and was like, oh, but look at all these black people looting Target. And I literally whipped my fucking head around and I was like,
there's a joke I can make there. There is a joke that I can make there that I'm not going to make. But just know I can make it. Just know I can make it.
see, that is just straight up, like, that is just insanity. Like, that right there, like, that's just fucking racism. And then it went down a whole long line of me and her not becoming friends and being friends anymore. And that was a whole nother thing. Because that was just straight up somebody just fucking being racist, like, in front of my face. So, and I like to pride myself on, like, I have turned down bags because people that I do not agree with, their views and things that they stand for would be in that same room. Like, I don't do shit just for the fucking money. I don't do shit just for, like...
That's respectable, by the way. I want to give respect to that. Not many people will do that. I give respect to that.
Hold on. Don't know.
Tyson Linwood donated $50. Hey, sorry to interrupt Vanilla, but can we please get the comments turned off? Mods, there are a lot of people in here strictly to hate, and it's not helping.
Thank you so much, Tyson. My mods know what they're doing, and people, that's why I'm letting people speak. I'm letting people speak. I'm letting people say what they have to say, as long as it's not just like straight up fucking hate and not any sort of like constructive criticism. I'm letting people say what they have to say right now.
True. I do hate people who are trying to come in and be like, you know what I mean? Can you, come on, Streamer, can you put us in timeout, please? Please, can you please put us in timeout? We're being bad right now. Like, dog, just let the streamer do what the streamer does. Let the mods and the streamer, chill. You know what I mean? He's like, please, can you put us in timeout? Can you put us in emo only? Bro, I hate chatters like that. I do.
But at the end of the day,
It's nice.
am somebody
Sorry.
who believes that essentially you are who you associate with at the end of the day. That being said, in this space, there obviously are things and events where you're going to be in the same room as people that you don't always necessarily agree with all the time. So that's just a given. Okay? But me personally, I would never go out of my way to collab or to do something with somebody one-on-one that I do not agree with their morals.
Respect. Respect. Genuinely. Respect. I respect that. Most streamers won't. Before Hassan has been more problematic on than Cutie on this. Yeah, but Hassan also has a different goal than Cutie does. Right? Hassan gets more leeway from me than other streamers do on this because Hassan's goal is directly to convert them. Like Hassan is in the room specifically to convert them. You know? Like that is his overarching goal. He's expressly political, right? He's not afraid of talking about politics. He will spend entire streams advocating for marginalized people, right? And so he gets a little bit more leeway than streamers who don't do that as often. You know what I mean? And if other streamers did that as often as Hassan did, I'd give them the same amount of leeway. You feel me? I think Hassan is better equipped than Cutie to do so. Hassan is only better equipped because he's been doing it for longer. You know what I mean? There's nothing inherent with Hassan that makes him better equipped to do that. Like not inherently. He's just been doing it for longer. Right? And so if other streamers want to attempt to do so, I'm not going to yell at them for attempting to do so because they don't have all the tools necessary to do so. If they attempt to do so, if I see genuine attempted effort to do that, I'll give credit, even if I don't think it's as effective, because I don't think Hassan is like, you know, perfectly effective either. You know what I mean? This is cope. In what way? To be fair, Hassan has a poli-sci degree, so he might have an educational background. Chatter, I think you're overestimating how useful bachelor's is to like an education. Personally. Right. I think Hassan's like last 10 years of advocacy does significantly and substantially more for equipping him to actually, you know, change people's minds than his degree does. Hassan could have never went to college. I still think it would have been effective. You know what I mean? Doesn't Caroline kind of do something similar in the space? I'd say so. How much have you seen of Cutie's initial rant? Like 4 minutes. Can we continue? We'll continue when I'm ready to continue. You were just saying how conversion goes both ways. The video we watched yesterday made a lot of good points about the effectiveness of this conversion. It's more of an audience sharing than a conversion of those people. That's what I said. You're just repeating to me what I said. I literally said that like 10 minutes ago. Like directly. You know? Can you play I haven't heard of Despacito in like a long time.
Okay? So, and I understand
Despacito.
that a huge part of my community is marginalized people. And most of the people in my life are marginalized people. So as somebody who has that privilege, simply all I can do is sit back and listen. That's simply all I could do is sit back and listen and listen to what people are saying. And obviously in the moment it was just uncomfortable and everything and whatever. But hold on.
So you agree with her? Oh my goodness. I never want to be at a position where I have 15,000 people watching me. I would go I would go insane. I would go crazy. I would go crazy. Max 5K. Even then, I was at 3K yesterday and I was starting to lose my marbles. I was starting to lose my marbles.
And I'm not throwing anybody under the fucking bus. I am not throwing her under the bus. See, that's the thing too, is we've literally had a conversation and I was like, legit, like, Cutie, as your friend, and she also is agreeing with me and saying, you know what, obviously the way that it came out was wrong. The tone of everything was wrong. Like, everything was wrong. Like, the way that I said everything. So, and she plans on saying something, and that whenever she decides to do that, that's on her. But
also, chatter, I think this chatter was saying, how isn't Hassan weirder for having like that many viewers? I think it's not relevant to the convo. In my opinion, a lot of frustration comes from people from a place where we let a lot of big streamers obfuscate their personal views a little bit. We don't know if XYZ streamer is homophobic or not. But we do think that there's a bit of calculation being done where they know that if they took a hardline stance on any issue, whether it's trans rights or immigration or whatever, they would lose a portion of the audience. Agreed. No, that's entirely relevant, right? I think there's a lot of washing of people's actual personal beliefs, and so all you can do is judge them by they're judge them by their character. Their character is informed by the type of jokes that they make, the type of things that they allow, right? Yeah, by their output essentially, because they're not going to come out and say, I hate trans people, I hate gay people, I hate black people, I hate women, or they're not going to say that, especially not in 2025. And so people have made that the like they've like reduced down their worldview, and it only slips up when they start to make jokes that they think is acceptable. You know what I mean? And so like people have made the distinction and determination that like the Phase Boys may potentially be homophobic, transphobic, or whatever. Your opinion, do you think Phase is actually homophobic and transphobic? I think there are members of Phase who are definitely homophobic and transphobic and racist. 100%. Right? Now, the totality of Phase, I don't think it's like fair to make it was 100% true as well. Right? I don't judge like the entirety of the organization as like one thing as homophobic, transphobic, racist, or whatever, but I do think that they are for sure reactionary in many different ways. I think that the type of jokes that they make, I think the way that they talk about certain groups of people are bad and unacceptable. I think they get away with it. Personally. Right? I think that they do, you know, homophobic or transphobic things and stuff of that nature. I think it's Cutie talking to Rage and Jason and Adapt for 25 minutes. She falls short in a lot of ways, but bringing the conversation to those spaces is her point, I think. Yeah, and I understand that, right? I think a lot of people understand that. But like what you also have to understand is that Cutie benefits from this as well. It's not just that like she's in the room to have these conversations, right? She benefits from these collabs. And I think a lot of people already don't like streamers benefiting off of the backs of like the audience base, and they already don't like, you know, like white people benefiting, or, you know, non-marginalized people benefiting off of the backs of other communities, right? And so they see Cutie as representative of both of those groups, right? So Cutie might think, I'm doing a service to marginalized people by going into these bigoted spaces and having these conversations in these spaces. You know what I mean? But marginalized people see like a rich millionaire, like white person, hanging out with other rich millionaires to increase her own brand. And I don't think that's fair. Like honestly, I don't think that is a fair characterization of what Cutie does. But that's the perception that she has on like TikTok and stuff. And that's what frustrates like a lot of people. You know? Does that make sense? Can you explain why you don't think it's fair? Because Cutie cannot not be a white woman. You know what I mean? She can't not have that privilege. You feel me? So like, to a certain extent, I understand that. I understand what she's trying to do. You know, I understand that her wanting to use her privilege by getting into spaces that marginalized people are not necessarily allowed into, and wanting to make things safer for marginalized people. I get her trying to do that, but I also understand the anger at that. You know, anger at the fact that there are little or few marginalized people in these spaces in the first place. Anger that the people who are in these spaces are sort of like allowing this bigotry to occur, and that these people are being are multimillionaires off of the backs of that bigotry in the first place. You know what I mean? Like I can understand why people are upset. Why would those spaces be nicer to women? What do you mean? They're not. Is the point. You see Redditor is mad at Ray over her cutie take? No. I didn't even know Ray made a take. Honestly, I think streamers should not talk about it. Like I'm being entirely serious.
I did tell.
I'm being entirely serious. I think streamers should legitimately not talk about it. There is zero way they are going to make people happy. Legitimately. There's nothing they can say to quell the anger of people. You know what I mean? Or is this are calling her racist against white people? Oh, well, hold on. Let me see. Let her cook. Let her cook. Hold on. Hold on. I may have to take my words back. I may have to take my
I did tell her. I was like, Cutie, I do think your tone doesn't help because you inherently sound really angry all the time.
I do think that's because of misogyny. Like, angry women, like it is a stereotype for women, right? That is 100%. That is 100% due to misogyny. But like,
you sound really, and she knows. I was like, you're very blunt. I think it's your tone. You're blunt, and it just comes off poorly. Especially, you know, and I was like, you're also the whitest woman I know. And it also is just, you know, you being so white. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. But I know her. I know her heart.
I mean, she's not wrong. She's correct. Like, it's not even like anti-white racist. Like, when you are a white person talking about marginalized people, it's going to be a tough conversation. You know what I mean? Just by proxy of being a white person talking about marginalization. Like, it's people are already going to look at you like, you're privileged, stop talking. You know what I mean? Like, that is, she's correct. That doesn't help the you know, people not be mad at her, right? Which is like, I'm surprised that Redditors are mad at Ray for saying this instead of just running with it, you know? Why are Redditors not just running with, like, yeah, they're mad at Cutie because she's white. Everybody else is being anti-white racist. You know what I mean? They could use this for their propaganda. They'd be like, oh, people are mad at Cutie because she's white. Why are they not saying that? They're getting mad at Ray for giving them a layup. I was like, Redditors hate Ray by default, whatever she says. That's true. That's correct.
It's just because she wants to help, but I feel like there's ways we can do it better. So I did tell her, I was like, cutie, I do.
Okay. Stuff just hates women by default. That's also true. Okay, this actually wasn't bad. I was primed. I was primed to be mad. Yeah, this to the Casey tweets to read. Is it also like a million paragraphs long? I love Casey, but her tweets are so freaking long. Twitter had a character limit for a reason. It is. Okay, stop. It literally is. It is a million paragraphs long. I was right. Oh my goodness, my computer's slowing down. I have too many tabs open. Sure, we'll add it to the Z. Pokey said, I think we all need a new fun game that will unite and heal us. Like, I mean, she's memeing a little bit, but like, again, see, exactly. We all need a new game that unites us is a crazy take. See, people will be mad. People will be mad at this because it makes you come across as out of touch. It does. You're like, guys, can't we just go back to playing video games again? Why is everybody upset? Because it makes you come across as out of touch. And it's crazy because like Pokimane is very categorically not out of touch. Like Pokimane is one of the most political streamers that exist on the platform. You know? But it will make you come across as out of touch. If like people's SNAP benefits are being cut off, and you're like, we just need that. Come on, guys. Among Us 2? Fist bump? Like, this is exactly what I described in this video, right? Why streaming feels different now. Hey, 2K views in 3 hours. We're almost there, chat. Reads as a meme? I don't know. It doesn't matter, chatter. That's my point. That's why I said it reads as a joke, it reads as a meme, but it doesn't matter, right? People don't want you to meme when their SNAP benefits are getting turned off. You know, people don't want you to meme when their families are being deported. Right? They legitimately don't want any jokes. They want you, especially like they want you to acknowledge the harm that they are experiencing. Right? Especially people who've been watching you for ever, you know what I mean? Watching for the last 5 years, who are like, you know, 60, 80 month freaking subscribers. You feel me? Who've been giving you money month after month after month. Now they've lost their jobs. Right? And it's just, all right, guys, we're going to go back to playing games now. Just watch your last video. It was really helpful as a cutie fan. Thanks for the insight. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try to be fair and productive. But that's literally what I described in my video, right? People don't want, right, escapism. They want acknowledgement of harm. They want their harm acknowledged. And when you have multimillionaire streamers who are just like charitable, even, I just don't like the word charitable, honestly. I have a thing against it. I say fair. Should I talk about the fan thing? I did talk about the fan thing. You can watch my VODs or wait until tomorrow. There'll be a video out for it. Speaking of putting videos out, that means I need to finish this freaking section because this video is already going to be 2 hours long if I post it. Should I posting videos? I am back. Don't the Phase Boys kind of disprove the theory that people don't want jokes? No, because their audience are children. You know what I mean? It is. I also see this proves you didn't watch my video. I also talk about that in my video. It's a different audience. It is a different audience. We're talking about like the adult or like, you know, young adult streamer audience, because like people who are watching like the legacy streamers, Cutie, Ray, Ludwig, even freaking Ninja nowadays, they're not kids, right? They are now like either in college or out of college. They grew up with streaming. That's the audience we're talking about. You guys, the Franco situation. You know how I feel about the Franco situation. Also here, let me let Nick out of her cage. Let me let Nick out of her cage. I'll play this while we'll be back soon.
Hold on. And I'm not throwing anybody under the fucking bus. I am not throwing her under the bus. See, that's the thing too, is we've literally had a conversation, and I was like, legit, like, Cutie, as your friend, and she also is agreeing with me and saying, you know what, obviously the way that it came out was wrong. The tone of everything was wrong. Like, everything was wrong. Like, the way that I said everything. So, and she plans on saying something, and that whenever she decides to do that, that's on her. But I'm speaking for me right now. You're legit just talking about your views on it. Exactly, because that's... What else would I be talking? Yes. Because I can only speak for me. So with that being said, I am not going to be doing any collabs with anyone for a very long time. I just think Twitch is just in a very weird place right now. I'm not going to be doing collabs with anyone for a while. And I just kind of want to go back to just me and my chat. And with the exception of Minecraft with Julian. Yes, with the exception of Minecraft with Julian, because that's a little series that me and Julian do. But I just need a breather. I just need, I just need to just kind of have everything just be me and my chat, and just, that's it. And as far as, and I'm talking about for content, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to see, yes, it doesn't matter who, and it's not like, it's nothing against anyone. It's just simply, I want to just go back to the shit that I used to do back when I first started streaming. That's it. That's all. That's simply all.
She did not want to come out, but I took her blanket. All right, sorry. Let's run it back a little bit.
Not going to be doing collabs with anyone for a while. And I just kind of want to go back to just me and my chat.
Wait, hold on, run it
and
back.
with the exception of Minecraft with Julian now. You're legit just talking about your views on it. Exactly, because that's... What else would I be talking?
Hey, towards Vanilla
Yes.
is, for this was insane. Yeah, but again, it's the exact same reason why Cutie got hate, right? It's the material conditions. People's material realities have worsened, and these people are multimillionaires. They become vectors of anger.
Because I can only speak for me.
Vanilla too? I mean, I think so.
So with that being said, I am not going to be doing any collabs with anyone for a very long time. I just think Twitch is just in a very weird place right now. I'm not going to be doing collabs with anyone for a while. And I just kind of want to go back to just me and my chat. And with the exception of Minecraft with Julian. Yes, with the exception of Minecraft with Julian, because that's a little series that me and Julian do. But I just need a breather. I just need, I just need to just kind of have everything just be me and my chat, and just that's it. And as far as, and I'm talking about for content, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to see, yes, it doesn't it doesn't matter who, and it's not, and it's.
Do you think there's an attack on the safe spaces on Twitch? There are no safe spaces on Twitch. I think people are learning that. That's the problem. People assumed that there were spaces that were safe on Twitch, and they're learning that the spaces that they assumed were safe were not. Is it? This is about the safest place on Twitch. No lie, there are a few places that are safe as well, or that attempt to be safe. Right? Okay, okay. I'll give you the take. The safe spaces that were on Twitch were not cultivated, right? The spaces that were safe for marginalized people on Twitch were not cultivated. They were not crafted, right? They just existed. It was streamers who collabed with each other for whatever reason, which allowed marginalized people to feel not safe, but also not directly attacked, right? It's like you're in a war and you're being shot from all sides, and then you get to like a bunker or a closed room, you close the door, and you're no longer being shot anymore. You're like, oh, I'm good. I'm good. And you're there, and you have other people who are also entering this room. You're like, we're good. But then you all turn around and you realize, oh, there are zombies in here. You know what I mean? There are bad things in this room too. Right? So it's not like that space that you were in, it's not like that was safe. Right? You just didn't see the direct harm, right? Until you turned around, right? You didn't see the direct harm until time time passed and realized that, like, hey, this space is also hostile to me a little bit. Words safe on the internet really just don't go along together. Parasocialness, whether negative or positive, have a significant impact on that. I mean, sure, but like, it should. You know what I mean? There should be spaces where marginalized people are not being directly attacked, and we should try to cultivate those spaces. The problem is that the spaces that existed were not cultivated as safe spaces. They were there by happenstance, right? It was merely that there were less people to collab with that made the space unsafe. You know? And now there are a lot of people to collab with that makes the space unsafe. And then people are finding out that their streamers didn't make that space safe for them. It just happened to be safe for them. You know? People are finding out that the streamers did not cultivate the space to be safe for them. It just happened to be safe for them. You know? And a lot of streamers don't realize that they've inadvertently made a space that was supposedly safe for people, and that they are now, combating that accidentally. Does that make sense? You can make a safe space on the internet. You can try. You can attempt to. Right? You can try to make a space that is not directly hostile to marginalized people. I don't accept that there will always be hostility towards marginalized people. That's not my worldview. I'm not just like, whoop, sorry, trans people. There's always going to be transphobia, so I must collaborate with this transphobe. You know, sorry, queer people. Homophobia is always going to exist, so I must collaborate with this homophobe. Right? You can and should attempt to create a space that is not directly hostile, right? Not directly hostile for marginalized people. That's what you should be trying to do. You know? If you care about those sort of things. And if you don't, I think you should be upfront about it.
It's not like it's nothing against anyone. It's just simply I want to just go back to the shit that I used to do.
Carter had a good take too that when we are in leveling spaces as well, it's better to be compared to other spaces, but it's not 100% safe. It's just something we need to work on 100%. You can try to cultivate a safe spaces, but the internet, I think, is a flawed platform or medium. I mean, sure, but like, we're also not talking about the media or the internet in generality, chat. But the discussion is not about the media or not about the internet in generality. It's about like specifically about spaces that people cultivate. You know? They created a safe space, and then once she started doing collabs, it devolved. Her move back to create a safe space for the community as largely marginalized people is a correct move. I don't necessarily think that like collabs are inherent, or even I don't even think collabs with like, you know, people who hold bigoted ideas are inherently will inherently make an unsafe space, right? You can collab with somebody who has bigoted ideas, right? The nature of that collab, however, needs to be contentious. You know what I mean? The nature of that collab needs to be acknowledgement of harm, right? And not normalcy, right? Not complacency, right? So I think people can and honestly should collab with the Phase Boys, right? But that contention has to come with actual contention. Like those collabs have to come with actual contention. Agreed. Most people do not like to be contentious. They find it easier to just not collab. If that's the decision you make, then that's the decision you make. There's no helping Lacey. That dude is not trying to change one bit. I disagree. I think even Lacey can have his mind changed. I will say that he is monetarily rewarded for not changing, right? And so you are going to need to put in a lot of work that I think a lot of people don't want to put in order to change the mind of somebody like Lacey. Right? He's monetarily benefited from not moving his position or changing his position. He would have to be okay with losing some of his current audience in an effort to be a better person. Right? And convincing him to do that requires like you be with him every day, every stream, constantly correcting his behavior, and he's going to need to learn to be okay with that. You know? Why I say Lacey won't change because of the money. I still think it's possible, but like you're going to need to put effort into doing so. You know? Cutie was doing the PR training thing. His chat was saying the nastiest things to Cutie. I don't even know what the PR training thing is. I think Hassan is an example. While I don't think he himself has changed his values as he's grown with fame, but his community has become increasingly hostile due to the parasocial nature with Hassan. I'm glad he's starting to set boundaries again. 100%. That is actually a very good example of what will happen if you don't actually work to combat that when you're doing collaborations. Because again, I said this before, I say it again. Collaborations are a two-way street, right? Collaborations are a two-way street. Somebody gets access to your audience and you get access to theirs, right? And if you're not very intentional about making sure the people that you're bringing in are not harming the people in your community, you will eventually get to a point where you are allowing harm to befall people in your community. And then people, I think, at that point are allowed to be mad at you. Oh, this was like two weeks ago.
Wait, PR?
She did collabs where they reviewed bad clips and then she explained why it was bad. And it just ended up defending themselves and she kind of excused it. Kitty posted a video of her and Fan Fan after all this dropped. I just saw it and my mouth dropped. I don't know why your mouth dropped. I don't know why you're surprised by that. You feel me? I'm curious about this, but I want to finish this off first. You know what I mean? I don't know how much longer it goes on for.
Back when I first started streaming. That's it. That's all. That's simply all.
That's what I was talking about earlier. She is trying, but not all the time, but sometimes. But even this, and this is why I think this, and this is why, okay, let me explain to you why I disagree with this perspective regardless, right? Even this is not set, you know what? Okay, I'll say it like this. There is a lack of diversity in this webcam. This still centers whiteness, right? It doesn't center the marginalized people that are harmed by whatever is in this PowerPoint. You know what I mean? Did it for Rage 2? Same difference though, right? It centers the perpetrator of the harm and not the marginalized people who are affected by it. Like showing a homophobic tweet and being like, do you understand why this is bad? It's homophobic. And then being like, sure, is like cool, right? But is he learning from that, right? Are you humanizing queer people by doing that? That's the question. You know? It's also content, you know? So my question also is, were the subs turned off? Were they profiting off of their controversy? You know what I mean? Like, did he post a YouTube video about this? Did it, you know, like stuff like that? Like there are questions that I do have. Freaking Nat. I'll get you. I'll get you. I saw him flying around. Anyway, let's continue with this though. It was so bad, guys. Was it really bad? Maybe I'll watch it.
And hold on, I'm just reading because I like to hear what you guys have to say.
Oh, it's bad? Really?
As a black woman, you are 3 white people sitting and coming from a space where you can speak this way. You were put in an uncomfortable situation in a very public setting, and that is unfortunate. But not taking a stance on it and saying no collabs with anyone is a way of being complicit and not speaking out on how it was uncomfortable for other identities. See, I feel like, were you guys listening for the beginning of the stream? I was quite literally saying how it is very uncomfortable for other people. And it was very uncomfortable for other people in marginalized communities, which is why I'm saying that I am recognizing that there are people that cannot be sat in rooms with people who would make jokes of that nature and have it not be a personal attack on them. That is literally what I'm trying to say. That's literally what I'm trying to say. Is that I know that, and that's why the whole thing upset me, and that's why we're where we at. That's why we are where we are at right now. Okay? Because
I still think, right? I don't even think like Vanilla Mace is like in the wrong. Right? But like even responding to it is not going to help. I still stand by the fact that like no streamer should genuinely like respond to this just because it will literally not help. Right? Because you're not going to be changing their material conditions. And the anger is still going to exist. Except Ray. I think the Ray clip was funny. I still think that like you should tap out of the discussion. You know? You should literally just tap out of the discussion. Yeah. You should accept the criticism. Right? You should accept the criticism and be like, You know, and then like, just be like in your mind, be like, I'll be better. You know what I mean? I'll be better, and then you should operate trying to be better by accepting the criticism. Vanilla is different because she was in the clip. No, I agree that Vanilla is different, but like Vanilla said her piece. I don't know if responding to different chatters is going to like solve anything. That's my point. You know, I think what she said so far was good. I think it was good. I think it was effective. It won't make everybody happy, but I think you did what you were supposed to do, right? But I don't know if going back and forth with chatters is, you know what I mean? I don't think it's going to make people less mad. Is my perspective. You're literally not going to win. You know?
Listening years on, because there are plenty of marginalized people that cannot, that stuff like that is not a joke, is what I'm trying to say. Is that is stuff like that is not a joke at the end of the day. So yeah.
Her chat is angry, very angry.
I'm telling you, I am telling you right now that I did not agree with that, okay? I'm telling you right now that I did not agree with that. But I'm not going to come on here and start dogging and hating on.
Chatter, you know that that's still the chat, right? That may not be her community, but it's her chat. Like this, the chat refers to the people who are leaving messages on the stream. It is her chat. It's her chat on the street. And I'm just saying that there are so many first time chatters, which could be the case, but like semantically speaking, it's still her chat. It's not her community, is what you meant. Right? It's not her core fan base.
On people like that. That's just not also a way to go about it either. But I'm telling you that I did not agree with the things, most of the things that were said. I do think
core fan base wasn't mad at her already. She went out and
some of
talk
the
about it in the
stuff that
first
she
place.
said came
no,
out.
but the chatter is correct. Like I don't think the chatter is wrong. Like there are probably people in her core fan base that are mad, but there are probably also a lot of other people who are using this as a vector of their anger. You know, I think that's also fair to say that is true.
Wrong, and I do think that she may not see it in the way that, you know, she may. I think that she probably sees it differently now, obviously, and that was kind of the conversation that we were having. Is that, hey, sometimes you just need to listen to what people are saying and listen to the feedback that people are giving you. Simply.
True. I don't disagree.
So yeah. I'm just reading again. But yeah, I just think, again, it was something that just didn't need to be talked about. Again, it was my idea to delete the VODs, and it was not in the sense where I don't want people to know like that this was like something that was talked about, or not me in a way that I was like trying to like save her ass. It was quite literally, I am not in the headspace to just deal with what I already knew was going to come from that. Like I already knew.
Yeah. I want to read the chat message. Let's see. If you want to say anything other than sharing POV such as opinion, they say you're an asshole for any different opinion because you're causing problems. I appreciate the effort, but that's why I lurk places. But by default, there aren't many safe spaces when you scenes just had enough. True. Is this her first controversy? I don't like calling it a controversy, honestly, but
I was like, oh brother, like I already know how this is gonna go, and that's simply how it went. So that's the one thing that I'm gonna say, is that was my idea to delete the fucking stream. So No, I'm not saying it's all my fault. Are y'all like, oh my God, y'all literally like, what?
I mean, also the problem is that people here want her to go scorched earth on Cutie. They view Cutie as placating to Nazis, right? And then they put Cutie in that boat, and they're just like, you Vanilla must now condemn Cutie, or now you're in that boat too. Which again, I don't know if it's like fair, but like the anger is there.
It's like I say one thing and then y'all say a whole nother thing. Like, please just listen to what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying.
As people say that they're happy she's separating herself from Cutie and Hassan. Well, Hassan's already been getting dragged on TikTok, so that's not surprising.
I'm just reading. I'm reading right now.
Chat's going too fast. I can't even read it all.
Just reading. Just reading. Yeah, at the end of the day, I just
This night.
don't want to be crucified for things that I didn't say. Basically, is also what I'm trying to say.
It's also kind of funny because this is like I think Tina said the exact same thing. Like okay, maybe not word for word. I don't know if Tina curses, but like, yeah. It is funny how cyclical this conversation is. Some people in Vanilla's chat don't actually care about queer people feeling safe. They are thirsty for drama. 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, chatter. I'll reach your first message. It's just my personal take with the safe space thing, with my dad being black and Mexican mom, and they're deaf. So seeing the dismissal, white supremacy, and the kind of hate, the amount of there's no safe space for all of you that I grew up with in the 80s and 90s, blah blah blah, black experience, etc. Now I'm in the 40s. I'm supposed to have good faith that their chats. I'm supposed to have good faith that their chats are safe. I don't know if it's a question or not, but I understand your perspective. Yeah, it is the same thing as that.
So can we all can we all agree on that?
I also don't know I don't know how long this goes on for, or if I need to watch more. Because we did see her address it. Just a bit more.
Love you, Mama, but what happened to you are who you associate with? That's quite literally what I started off the stream with. I said I am someone who has always stood by that and has always said that. I have always said that, okay? I have always said you are who you associate with, okay? So I am standing on that, is what I'm telling you right now. Okay? Are we all on the same page? Are we all on the same page yet?
Vanilla said this, which I think is true. She had like 14K people in the chat addressing this one. You just have 4K. There's a lot of people in. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. People have said this. People have said that as well.
Is it opposite day or? God, see, it's it's like so hard to come on here and I can disagree with her without having to publicly bash her, okay, is what it, okay? But all I'm gonna say is I'm not doing any collabs with any.
Not to the audience. Not to the audience. People do want that though. Yeah, that's the problem. I think that's less valid than like the anger at like what Cutie said, or the anger at the Face Boys, right? But like it's still based in the same anger. You feel me? Which is why that's why I would call the response here, because you're not gonna placate those people. Some of them are drama people for sure, but for the good faith people who are just angry, they're just going to be angry. You know. Like, you can't fix their material conditions. You are a vector of their anger. I think they should just try to be better and move on. That's the most you can do. You know, I do think this is good. The audience will learn to be less vile. No, the people. Okay, I would say some people who were like, maybe I was getting a bit too angsty, would be like, okay, I'll chill out. But like the people who are like there for blood are just going to be there for blood, you know? This is lose-lose for her. She handled this response well, and now not only is our audience going to be pissed and John Cutie, he's going to be dog-wild by FaZe fans. Yeah, but also I don't know if it's her audience that are like, we want blood for Cutie, right? It could also be just drama people, but I think there are a small amount of people who are like, we want blood for Cutie. But like, I don't know if it's gonna be like, I don't know if she's like over. It's not like Vanilla Mace's over party or whatever. You know?
Donated $50. Hi Vanilla Girl, first time dono here, sorry for interrupting. You've been a bright light to myself and many others, please remember that. I can't imagine
navigating situations publicly like this. Don't forget to give yourself grace. Love you. Han NB with the $50 dono. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Han. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I eat red 40 with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. I feel like people want, like, y'all just want the drama at this point. Some people just want the drama and they just want the
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you will just want blood, which is why you can't placate them. You can't. You gotta just call it and be like, okay, I said my piece. Right? You can believe me, not believe me. We're gonna move on. Right? Because there's some people who are just angry and want the drama. There's some people who are validly angry because of their material conditions, and you can't placate either of those people. Right? All you can do is just hope to be better in the future. Take the criticism and try to learn and grow. Thank you for the tier 1 gifted. Thank you. What if we just set up a Super Gladiator arena for bloodthirsty chatters? That would be great content. There was one point where someone donated $50 to criticize her. Bro, please donate me $50 to criticize me. People criticize me for free. Please donate me $50 so to be criticized.
fucking clips and this. I'm not gonna come on here and just be like, and drags. Like, that's just not something that I would ever do. Like, that's just not my character.
This too.
Okay?
Yeah, it's just.
I am telling you that I am taking a break from all of this, okay? I'm taking a breather from all of this. I know that it was not something that I agreed with, okay? Obviously, y'all know where the hell I'm at. You know, like, what the fuck I am and what I stand for and everything. So I am taking the time and I am distancing myself, okay? I am distancing myself. Okay?
Lacey and Ronaldo's been writing this drama, and I think that's more indicative of, like, maybe the criticism was correct slightly. You know, if Lacey and Ron use it as an opportunity to farm tier 1s, right, and farm ad revenue, maybe there is some validity behind people being angry at Cutie for associating with them because they don't care. We know they don't care, right? Their transphobia, their ableism, their racism, their misogyny, their homophobia. Like they don't care about that stuff. You know? That's just the case.
It is also a white woman's place to educate other white women. Quite literally, exactly. And that was kind of a conversation that was had privately. So I just needed like a fucking like it literally just happened 2 days ago. I wanted to take a breather. I wanted to fucking process it. I watched it back myself. And yeah, it's just I just am simply taking a break. Taking a fucking break. Taking a breather, taking a break. That's it. Just as far as like just I need to touch grass. I need to hang out with the people in my life that have been there before any of this happened. Like before any of this fame or stream. Like that's it. I just need to go back to my fucking roots for a little bit. Okay? And I am going to be taking a break. I was going to take a break regardless. Because after my party, I was going to take a few days off anyway. But this is basically I'm just kind of saying that I'm going to be taking a break starting after this. I'm not going to stream Tuesday. So I'm going to take at least a week off. Yeah, so just need to take a breather. This month has been just freaking cuckoo bananas for a lot of people on Twitch. Okay, it's been fucking cuckoo over here. I don't know what the hell's in the air this month. But no,
I mean,
the party is
I know what it
happening.
is.
I'm not
Chat.
canceling.
Do you want to know what it is? Do you want to know what the actual problem is? Legitimately, I really don't understand Cutie's motivation here. Does she genuinely think the phase guys are actually stand behind her if she actually criticized them seriously? Please, Howl. No, she's actually sleeping in her cage right now. Leave the Nix alone. It's you, isn't it? No, it's not me. Fascism in the air. Yes. And I spoke about like why I think like the viewers are mad. But what I think is going on with the streamers is this. Right? I think a lot of streamers are in a catch-22. Right? I think a lot of I just watched your video and so true. Which one? My new one? Thank you. I think a lot of streamers are in a catch-22. Right? Because you have to understand that like the phase boys that we're talking about are the new people who are bringing in new audiences to Twitch. The legacy streamers, right? XQC, QD, Ludwig, Ray, right? They're not bringing in new audiences to Twitch, and their older audiences are aging out of the platform. And so as a legacy streamer, it's either you get with the times, you collab with the phase boys, you put your morals to the side a little bit, and you try to gather and garner that new audience, right? Or you slowly watch your audience age out of the discussion and dip. And that's why you see a lot of like legacy streamers collabing with like FaZe, you know. And someone said like they're calling for relevancy, that makes it sound sinister. They're not. It's not a sinister thing to like want to like maintain popularity. You know, it's like not wanting to get fired from your job. You know, like it's not sinister. It's not a bad thing, but that's what it is. Right? Because that like the Phase Boys have brought in an audience, but you know who also has brought in an audience? AMP, Kai and them, and you do see some people collaborating with some AMP members. You know, you see like Agent around, but what you also have to understand, and this is the important part, what you also have to understand, the reason why you see less collaborations with them and more collaborations with Phase in them is because 2, 3, 4 years ago, when the space, like when the legacy streamers were at the top, you feel me? When it was XQC, when it was Ninja and all of them, there were no collaborations with the black streaming space, right? There was no bridges being built with Kai before he was large, right? You had I'm Dante doing his own thing. You had Berlizzi doing his own thing. You had Corey out here doing his own thing. You had freaking Flight doing his own thing. You had Your Rage doing his own thing. And they were completely separate from the ecosystem. You know? Completely separate from the large streaming ecosystem. Right? And so there were no like, for like the legacy, we'll say the Poggers streaming space, right? There was no outreach happening to that space. And now that like Kai and AMP in that space is so large, they're not going to throw the rope back down. You feel me? Why would they? You know? Why would they? They saw people chilling at the top of a skyscraper while they were climbing up the side of the building, right? And they climbed, got to the top, and they kept climbing. They looked down, they're like, well, I'm not helping you out. Right? This is something that Kai talked about a while ago. I remember because we looked at it, right? Kai talked about how when he was growing, people in the Pogger space didn't reach out to him. When he was growing, people in the Pogger space weren't like, yo, Kai, we see you popping off. Come and collab with us. Come to our events. Come into our space. Come join our game nights or whatever. Right? It was only when Kai was literally the biggest streamer on the platform that people were reaching out to him for collaboration. People were reaching out to him to join lobbies and stuff. Did he address it before streamer U2? He might have. He might have. You know what I mean? But I think that's also a part of why there is such an adherence towards Phase. Right? Because collabing with other people and like people who bring in new audiences, right? That you feel me? That is necessary. Right? It's a requirement for being on the platform. It's not insidious, it's not a bad thing, but it is a part of being on the platform. However, right? It is something that is happening. Right? Vanilla and Katie have enormous audiences in their own right, especially on TikTok. It seems like a bad choice for Katie to prioritize the much more toxic and misogynistic Phase guys over them. You know, I don't know. It's a calculation that I'm not making. You feel me? I'm not in the position to make those calculations. Does Cutie collab with A and B? Sometimes, but you do realize, like, or not realize, sorry, that sounds contentious, right? But you do see how it's different, how the collaborations with A and P are just not as frequent as with like the Phase Boys. You know? FaZe is more white. Sure, but I think it's more about like the fact that like FaZe is willing to collab back. You know? It's a two-way street. And the same with the agent, like is agent is also willing to collab back. You know? But like I know Kai has talked about specifically how he has felt slighted by this space in the first place. Right? Is that may be why you see less of Kai in these collaborations, you know? Kai and AMP and a lot of black content creators with size have distanced themselves from many creators on Twitch. Yeah. The guys in FaZe that seem to have lower amounts of self-respect compared to AMP. That's kind of funny. But I can see that. It's other by larger creators, right? Yes. Right? Yeah. But that's just the way that that's something that's that's not a fully thought out think piece in my brain yet, but there is something there that I want to ruminate on a little bit more. Right? There's something there that I want to think about a little bit. I must felt that way too in the VTuber space. She mentioned how when she first started off, a lot of large VTubers wouldn't bother getting to know her or collab with her, but now she's one of the biggest. Everyone wants to know her and work with her. Yeah. Nina and Zoe are Kai AMP Rage streamer collaborators. And recently on Suki's anniversary, they essayed a guy named Saeed. We talked about that earlier today. That was the first thing we covered. Right. But I think that's a part of it. And so that's why, because like I think I saw somebody ask this question earlier, and I've thought this before as well. Why not just cut your losses with FaZe? You know? Like even if you like are like you don't fully agree, like why not just cut your losses? Why upset the entirety of your audience to do these collaborations? You feel me? Clout. I mean, it is clout, right? But there's clout to be found elsewhere. You know what I mean? But I think that's where like the conversation with AMP comes in. You feel me? Like you can cut your losses with FaZe, clout AMP, but AMP is not collabing with the Pogger space because they feel slighted, right? And is there another space that you can go to with that amount of viewership? Probably not. Not in the English speaking space. Freaking like it used to be OTK, but like we saw what happened there. You know what I mean? So I think the root issue, like the actual real issue, outside of what I talked about already, is the fact that the cultivation of talent doesn't exist anymore. Even with like older OTK, right? OTK 2, 3, 4 years ago, mostly 2 to 3 years ago, right? They found new talent. They brought like new talent in, and they would like cultivate that talent. And when they brought in a new viewership base, it helped everybody out, right? And I've said this and I've spoken to this extensively. The Poggers community failed at talent cultivation, right? FaZe did it. OTK did it. Even OTV did it to a certain extent. But like the rest of the Pogger space failed at talent cultivation. They did not cultivate any new talent, right? You had Extra Emily join OTK. You had Emerald join OTK. You had like Cinna be OTK, like an affiliate, like around OTK, that space. You had like Jody, John, and Sydney join OTV. Poggers is in org though. Yeah, but I mean the space failed, right? As in like the rest of the streamers didn't like failed and like because also like AMP technically isn't an org either. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So it's not that like I'm talking about like the people like associated. Like think about like bubbles, right? Think about it like there are giant bubbles for each streaming space. Like you have like this the bubble down here for like OTV. OTK. You know, plus Austin streamers. You had like AMP over here. You had like the Poggers space, including like OTV and a bunch of other like LA streamers and stuff like that. Right? You saw this space cultivate new talent, bring new talent in, right? You saw this space just grow. You feel me? But the Poggers space, you saw maybe a few spaces, like isolated spaces, cultivate new talent. But like, there are no new, think about it, chatter. Who is the latest addition to the Poggers space? Are there any new Poggers streamers? Genuinely. Mr. Arthur, he's OTK. He's not Poggers. Kachi, those are OTK. Vanilla. That is a perfect example. Perfect example. Vanilla Mace is like the newest addition to like the Poggers space. OTK is not Poggers. I separate it out just for the sake of argument, right? Just for the sake of argument. We're gonna imagine they're separate because they are basically separate entities. You know what I mean? Who are Poggers? Think about like LA streamers, right? People who went to like shit camp. You know what I mean? People who are frequenters at QD's events. People who are frequenters at Ludwig's events. Stuff like that. OTK, think of freaking like it squeaks. I would also say it's Poggers, right? So FaZe is Poggers. Yeah, kind of. I guess I'll put FaZe here. You know what I mean? FaZe up. Right, but even then, they're kind of their own thing, you know. Would that be a part of Poggers? I'd say so, kind of adjacently. FaZe is the W community though. Yeah, but they're okay. I would maybe FaZe is like their own thing. Oh, hold on, sorry. I need to let. Oh. Oh no, she was just sneezing. Yugi and Arky, they're technically FaZe. Yeah, maybe they would be their own thing, right? But just like a less like establishment. I'll make it gray. It's like right. I'll put it right here. FaZe. FaZe. Right. I'm trying to think these breakdown of groups are kind of useless. It's not though. I have a point that I'm making. Right. The point is that like when talent is being cultivated, like even with FaZe, if you think about FaZe, right, and as Chatter was saying, like OSCS, right, as like offshoot groups and stuff like that, you have new young talent bringing in new audiences into the space, right? OTK, you even had like freaking like you know, Mr. Arthur, you had Kachi, a bunch of other like people, you know, you have like Wake who's like affiliated, and like Sin is also like slightly affiliated. Like they are bringing in new audiences. AMP, you had like freaking like the freaking Clover Boys and like a bunch of other groups spawning off of like AMP, right? Who can bring new audiences and feed back into the main ecosystem. You know what I mean? They can bring a new audience. There's more content to be pushed out, and they can feed back into the same ecosystem, right? And the Poggers just has like maybe like 2 or 3. Because the Poggers is like the most institutional. This is the oldest. The oldest. This is like the retirement home for streamers, if you will. You know what I mean? This is the retirement home for streamers. This is the oldest group out of all of them, right? They've been around the longest, and they have like the least amount of new talent feeding back into the wider ecosystem. Does that make sense? I would say mine is Poggers. An easier way to understand the ecosystem would be to finding out which talent management companies have who on their rosters, because I feel like that determines a lot. Sometimes. What about Queso? Queso is his own thing. He doesn't really count because he doesn't really collaborate with many people. He does some collaborations, but he doesn't really collaborate with enough people. He's not a part of like a space. Speed as well. Speed is also his own thing. He plays games with Agent. That doesn't. He's not a part of Agent's space. You know what I mean? Fan. I put Fan in like probably closer to like here-ish, but like, you know, Fan floats, I think. Northern Line, also not a part of like a space, but if anything, Poggers, I guess. Fan is Poggers. Anyway, it's not important. We're getting into the weeds about like who fits where. The important part, right? The important part is there's not much new talent, right, for the Poggers space. There's not much new, younger talent cultivated in the Poggers space. Like, you'll see FaZe take a chance, or FaZe affiliates take a chance on somebody that has like, you know, like maybe like 300 viewers, you know what I mean? You'll see like AMP and affiliates taking a chance on somebody that has maybe like, you know, maybe like 1K, right? Somebody who's big on like TikTok and doesn't have any like a big Twitch presence, right? OTK doesn't exist anymore, so like that just doesn't matter. Yeah, I know this space is kind of cooked. You feel me? They're like, you have like, it's just like Planet Vegeta exploded in Dragon Ball Z, and you have just like a few Saiyan pods being jettisoned off to different spaces. That's what OTK is. That's it. It's over. It's done. But otherwise, like the Pogger space doesn't really. Emily is in the escape pod. Emily is jettisoning out somewhere else. Well, like Attack on Asmon fit into this. They're recruiting, in my opinion. Yeah, but they're recruiting politically, so it doesn't really. They're not like recruiting for like the streamer side. You know what I mean? Also, I just don't want to talk about them. So. Where's Aiden Ross? On kick. So he doesn't matter. Right? But the problem, let me explain. The problem with the Poggers space is not necessarily that they're not getting new talent, but the new talent they're getting belong to different spheres. They'll get like FaZe talent spheres coming in and visiting, but then inevitably the viewers who come in and visit end up leaving when their streamers leave. Right? They'll get like AMP talent coming in and visiting, but like it's like a day pass. Exactly, it's like a day pass, right? They'll come in, and then when their streamer leaves, they leave, right? They're not growing this space, you know. They're not growing this space, and so think about it like this: who are the people day to day that like Poggers streamers interact with? You know what I mean? Like, not for events, not for special collaborations, but like day to day, who do like FaZe? Maybe more often than not, but like sometimes, but still mostly each other. You know what I mean? Still mostly like other streamers here. You feel me? Like each other. They're in their own gaming lobbies. They're in their own, gaming collaborations. Right? There's not like much like cross pollination of like, Pogger streamers going to like, well, definitely not going to AMP events. That's not really happening. Right? And OCK doesn't exist anymore, so that doesn't matter either. And you see some probably the most cross pollination between FaZe and in the Pogger space. And that's what we're discussing here now. Right? It's like from Poggers to AMP is not happening. From Poggers to OTK doesn't matter because OTK doesn't exist. We're discussing this dynamic. Right? Everything that we've talked about for the last 3 days is literally just this dynamic. It's the cross-pollination between FaZe and Poggers. So to bring this back, to bring it home, if you're asking the question, why are they not just cutting FaZe out to dry? Why are they not just cutting FaZe loose? Right? Why are they not cutting their losses? Is because, like, who else is there? There are no other connections there, really. That's how, like, that's what growth is. Basically, there's no new talent originating from Poggers and going out to other spaces. Yeah. But like that's where the connections are. But that's because the Poggers has no new talent. I think that's part of it, right? Because new talent, because all of this is about how do you share the cloud, right? All of this is how do you bring in viewers. That's literally what I'm describing here. That's what streaming is, right? How do you bring new eyeballs to your content, to what you do? And having new Poggers talent who are like, I don't know, big on TikTok, like Vanilla Mace, like KDB, right? Would do that as well. But now we're seeing that like you can't have Vanilla Mace and have this connection at the same time. That's what we're seeing. You know what I mean? So now we are at a catch-22. Do you choose to keep the associations with FaZe, or do you cultivate new Poggers talent like Vanilla Mason, like KDB? Which one do you do? Which one do you go? Do you like you know what I mean? Do you engage with to bring in new talent? Which would you choose? That's a good question, actually. I was not expecting that one. Like, I will say I can speak from my positionality now because I'm not there. I'm not at the level where I have to make that choice, and I acknowledge that I'm not there. Right? Honestly, I would like to think that I would just be happy with my millions. Genuinely. Maybe that's cope. From me. But I would like to think that I would be happy with my millions and I won't feel the need when I'm at that level to try to have to grind. Because even like people are like, oh, I would choose vanilla easily. Even then, it would still feel like I'm grinding. If I'm a multimillionaire, why does it feel like I'm grinding? You know what I mean? Why does it feel like I'm like putting in the work and effort to try to get a few more viewers? I'm a multimillionaire. Let me just chill. Which I think a lot of Pogger streamers are doing, by the way. I think a lot of Pogger streamers are just chilling. Right? That's the choice that I would make. Let me just that's what leads them there, and I get that. That's what I would do. You feel me? It is. I go live, I play video games, make $1 million, go to sleep. You feel me? That makes sense. That makes sense to me. But I think I didn't describe that as well as I wanted to because I was crafting the take in my head while I was saying it. But I hope I did a semi-decent job of describing why I think these streamers are still adhering to phase. You've been a part of the poggers community significantly. I would say that I'm like poggers adjacent. That's the space that I'm probably closest to. This is me. Why is it so big? That's what she said. Why is it so big? Oh, okay. What? Why did it fix itself? Okay, now it's big again. What is happening? Bro, Windows is so broken. Windows is so broken. That's not what she said, Sag. They rested on their laurels and realized they were leaving the zeitgeist and led them to phase collabs. Yeah. Is that the old school streams road, just the general Twitch wave, and have never really had to do the work to gain new followers, and now you do, but they really don't know how? Yes. I think that's part of it, right? And that they okay, also, sorry, Paint's coming back. It's exactly like this, chat. Imagine this circle here. This circle is 2020 Twitch. All of the viewers on 2020 Twitch. And this circle is Ludwig. Now imagine it's 2025. And Ludwig, he put the work in, right? Obviously. But like being a streamer in 2020 meant the size of Twitch grows. And as you can see, when the size of Twitch grew, even if you did basically nothing, you grew as well. And if you want to compare these two streamers, right? Even if you did absolutely nothing, you grew on Twitch. Right? Even if you did absolutely nothing. So now, right? Even though we actually make this like 2020 freaking 3 or something. Actually, we went it back. Say 2023. Right? But now, Twitch is not growing anymore. If anything, it may be like slightly shrinking. Right? And then we'll say 5. Right? So now if you want to actually grow, and yeah, and there are more streamers. So now it's getting like, this place is getting like super crowded and stuff. Right? So now if you want to grow, you have to do collaborations. You have to engage with that, even if you didn't have to before, which people did, but even if you didn't have to before, you have to pull audiences from outside. If that makes sense. But here, let's stop. Oh my goodness, please. Thank you. Let's continue. I'm feeling a little tired. A little tired.
My party. My party's still gonna happen, and I know that the people that love me and fuck with me are gonna be there, and we're gonna turn up, and it's gonna be fun. But yes, basically that's all I'm saying is that simply didn't agree with it. I was.
Ooh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I saw something from the Kickstarter article that I really want to see. 7 begins at 6:58. Hold on. Wait. Ugh, gosh darn it. I want to give me the link to the video, Kickstarter, not the freaking title. Did I miss the Nina take? Yes. You can
Station with Cutie.
You could either check the beginning of the VOD or wait for whatever 2 days is from now. Not tomorrow, but the day after, where it'll be on YouTube.
About house was overall, I'm proud of myself for leaving the house. And yes, I definitely did have a long conversation with Cutie about
Okay. I have a take that may be a hot take. I sneezed. Did we see this? There's more, apparently. Here, I'll be right back.
some of the statements that it's been a wild week, you guys. It's been crazy. It's been wild. You answered true things, but not specific things. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's been a wild month. It just like, it makes me feel like streaming is just so gross. Like I feel like because I'm a streamer, it's just gross. Like a part of me feels like I kind of want to quit streaming on Twitch and just only be on YouTube again. Like it just feels gross. Like I feel gross just being around it, being associated with it, being like in the eyes of some crazy people. It's I don't know. I'm not sure things are gonna change for the better. I don't know. Queso was right, has the right idea of being a single player, Andy. Queso was perfect.
I have returned.
Some of the statements that it's been a wild week, you guys. It's been crazy. It's been wild. You answered true things, but not specific things. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's been a wild month. It just like, it makes me feel like streaming is just so gross. Like I feel like because I'm a streamer, it's just gross. Like a part of me.
Okay, hot take. This is not the same hot take I was going to say before. I'm saving that one. That one's very spicy, and it will make people mad. Right. This is a different hot take. Hot take. Streaming's always been gross. It is. But I think these streamers have just been isolated from that grossness because they never had to actually contend with it. You know, it was gross for me when I was being doxxed. You feel me? It was gross for my friends when we were being harassed consistently and constantly. And then that was being completely ignored by everybody else in the streaming landscape. It was gross for us then. Right? It was gross when it was like the streaming space was overwhelmingly anti-black. You know? Anti-queer, anti-trans, disparaging immigrants. You know what I mean? Like LSF has always sucked. Right? How emails were used against black people derogatorily. Like these were things that existed. You know what I mean? The rampant misogyny. You feel me? Like these are things that we've known, right? What's happening now is it's not new. It is like a evolution, a continuation, if you will. Evolution implies that it's gotten worse. It's a continuation. I mean, streaming is still kind of anti-black. Not gonna lie, no, it is 100%, 100%. 100%. Right? But again, it's different now only because their audiences are now fed up. You know, it's only different now because like the the audiences of these streamers that's gotten worse to the point where now they're saying something about how bad it is, you know. But it's been bad. It's been 100% bad.
Feels like I kind of want to quit streaming on Twitch and just only be on YouTube again. Like it just feels gross. Like I feel gross just being around
Like it felt gross for the viewers when streamers were collaborating with homophobic people. You know what I mean? It felt gross for the viewers when streamers were collaborating with transphobic people. You know, I'm sure trans people felt gross by that. I'm sure queer people felt gross by that. You know, I'm sure black people felt gross by the fact that you're collaborating with racist people. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't like a dig at Ray, but like, I'm saying this grossness is not new. This uncomfortability that everybody is feeling is reality for marginalized people, you know, every day. Right? Also, it's still on YouTube. It is on YouTube as well. Like, that's just the case. Who's feeling gross now? Why are they speaking up suddenly? What was the final straw? The final straw, when the reason why people are speaking up now, is because the audiences have grown tired of holding in how they felt. Right? The marginalized people in these audiences have gotten to a point where like things have gotten so bad for them. You know? Things have gotten so bad for them that they can no longer escape into streaming as a relief. This is what I spoke about in this video. Right? I think if you haven't watched it yet, I think you should watch it because I think it will answer a lot of your questions. Right? Why streaming feels different now. Right? People's material conditions have worsened to a point that they can no longer visit streaming as an escape. Right? They cannot escape the woes of their life in streaming any longer. Right? Because they're still there, you know? Like families are being deported and separated in people's neighborhoods. That was happening under Biden and Trump and Obama. But like now it's happening in front of people's eyes. A genocide is still ongoing with our tax dollars. People still can't buy houses. People still don't have health care, right? Tariffs making everything more expensive. The government shut down. SNAP is being cut off. Like, yeah, like it's things are really bad for people. And I still, to this moment, I still don't think streamers understand that. I still do not believe streamers understand just how bad things are in the country. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. They don't understand. They don't get it. It doesn't make sense to them, right? So even this clip from Ray feels out of touch, you know? I don't even think that she meant anything by it. Right? I don't even think that she like was trying to make a wide statement or anything. Right? But it feels out of touch because it feels like, oh, well, you're a millionaire, you don't get it. You know? Of course you don't get it. You're a millionaire. Of course it doesn't make any sense to you. You're a millionaire. Cutie's comment about $500 being nothing to her confirms your point. Right? And so that's the problem, right? That's the issue. That's what that's where the base is. There's a disconnect between where streamers are and where viewers are. That disconnect has always existed. Right? These streamers have always been multi-millionaires making so much money, and the viewers have always been working class, right? But that distance, right, that disconnect has been highlighted under the worsening material conditions of the country. And that's why things feel different. Right? And so like it feels uncomfortable. Like it's like, do you ever have this pain? Like there's a pain in your body, but you don't know why it is. Like you know that pain is there, right? You're like, I know that I feel in pain, right? But I don't know what is hurting me. I don't know what this pain is, right? That's what streamers feel right now. They're like, something feels different. Something feels off about this. I don't know what it is, but I feel uncomfortable by something. Something is making me uncomfortable, right? Something is, there's something about this that's like, I don't know about this, right? And it's the fact that the country is fed up. The country is done. Things have gotten so bad, right? So bad in this country that there is no escapism in media anymore. Do you know how bad it has to get for that to happen? You feel me? It feels like summer 2020 before BLM levels of like, or like, you know, during BLM levels of like fed up. You know? Like they use literal, like it's like that level of fed up. And streamers do not understand that. You know? Like we accidentally left our YouTube monthly account open and it showed $172,000 a month. That feels low for Valkyrie. For YouTube. For being entirely real. I thought it would be more. I'm so sick of the fence sitting from streamers. That's what I'm describing. Exactly. Right. Exactly.
Being associated with it, being like in the eyes of some crazy people, it's ugh. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure things are gonna change for the better. I don't know. Queso was right. Has the right idea of being a single player, Andy. Queso was perfect. The day, if anything ever happens to Queso, bro, nah. No, please. Please, no. Oh, one moment. Let's see.
I think that's it,
Let me
right?
turn this off. Okay. They added this feature on Twitch where there is.
Not seem Alice on our part, but she just always screams of I just don't want to think about the bad, and it makes people more mad. You know, that's most streamers. I agree. Oh yeah, it is low. That was for 2020. She had a new contract with YouTube now. I don't think she has a contract with YouTube now. But like, so Kairos Rev, thank you for the raid. Hello, welcome in. Hope your stream was good. Kito has a working class background, so I like hearing his takes on top of his funny content. I think Ledwood talked about Collargate. The drama instead of any of the atrocities happening caused a snowball effect. I don't think it started with that, but I think that was definitely a contributing factor. I think it boils down to streamers just being out of touch. I don't know if there's any other way to describe it. Oh, that was weird. That is hateful. What is hateful? Calling streamers out of touch? No? Oh, okay. Streamers being out of touch. Okay, that makes more sense. The chatter? Oh. I know who you're referring to. Y'all gotta get your acts in order. So I know you're not talking to me.
Obviously, as you could see in the clips, you know who I am, you know what I stand for. If you're someone who's been watching me, then you already fucking know. If you're a first-time fucking chatter and you're just joining off of clips that you've seen on TikTok and you don't know shit about me or fucking shit about shit, then of course I'm gonna assume that you're just gonna make the assumptions that you're going to make. But people who know me and know my character and know what the fuck I stand for, know how I'm gonna go about this. So, I am simply stepping back from everything, everyone, gonna touch a little grass. Yes, I do, you know, like I said, I have turned down bags that could you could put a down payment on a fucking house if it meant that somebody who I do not agree with their views is gonna be there, okay? Like, I have always stood on this shit, and I don't think I have to come on here every single day and remind people that for that to be, like, true or real, okay? And this, you know, and there's people that, you know, there's a lot of creators.
As a person of color leftist, it's hard to avoid being critical of the left, being so white dominated in the West, and maintain our integrity sometimes, in my opinion. Yeah.
That just don't really say much about shit because they just don't want to have to deal with stuff like this. But if it means that I could fucking help people and I could somehow, like, give back to communities that need the fucking help more than I do, like, whatever, I'll take the fucking blow to the fucking head. Like, I'll take the blow to the fucking head. And, that's that.
Okay. I think that's it, right? I think she still goes. It continues, but and did you repeat that? I said I can see that. I don't remember what else I said though.
That solution comes from a privileged place. I can't take a.
Okay, we're done. We're done. I'm calling it. I don't think it's productive to respond, and I don't think it's productive for me to respond to this response. Most of it is donations after. Ray's always on her bubble playing games all day, not collaborating and going to events, so it felt overwhelming for her. The heat of these days. I do feel we need to bite our tongue on things at times. Like when we critiqued the space, we were called liberals, aggressive, low skulls, and bad for the left. Not gonna lie, it feels a bit charged that we get that level of pushback, and there's more grace for someone like Plattner. I agree. I think I said that in my video as well. But no, I agree. He donated 5K later in this stream, I think. That's good. Just donating all the stream profits to try project, and Kitty donates 5K at one point. That's good. That's good. I'm curious as to what Cutie will say about this, if anything at all. Asman is watching this and saying he wants to reduce xenophobia. I think woke is winning. Really? That's so funny. I was like, why are you watching Asmongold? That's so funny. Wait, he followed me too. Is Asmongold woke now? Stop. Wait, hold on. Asmongold followed me is now saying that xenophobia is too much of a problem? Is Asmongold woke? No, he's not woke. This is no, he's not woke. He laughed at your tweet the other day on stream. It was crazy. Really? Stop. I'm changing him, chat. I can fix him. Was it the pedophile tweet? Oh, it was a streaming is over tweet. Oh. Oh, I know exactly what tweet it is. Hold on. Jeez Louise, I have two KT tweets open. Hold on. I know exactly what tweet it is. It's this one I said, yeah, no, pack up streaming. Society has lost its privileges. He was like, hi, true. I mean, it is true. Streaming is over. We've lost our privileges. Pack it up. Bag it up. Bag it up. What was the hot take? Oh, I remember. This is all of this is a consequence of just not having any black friends. That was my hot take. A lot of this could be solved if you just surround yourself by like more diverse sets of people. That was my hot take. I only have black and brown friends. W. And wasn't changing, using the Nina and Zoe situation to be misogynistic racist. Oh, I mean, obviously, I think we were all aware that Asmigel is not changing. He's not changing. Not while he's monetarily rewarded for just having the positions that he has. Is that a hot thing? It's just an observation. These people will actually challenge you. Yeah. Actually, I respect their presence in your proximity, and actually respect their presence in your proximity. And your proximity alone is nothing. Your neighbor could be your best friend. Your partner could be racist, bigoted, or reactionary. Yeah, but the problem is like they don't have like the only black people they surround themselves with are the black people that they are critiqued for being around. You know. Essentially. So, I don't know what that means. There's a take there somewhere, but it shows you who you are, believe them. That's why I believe everybody's a squirrel. Anyway, that's gonna call it, or that's gonna be where I call it today, chat. Edit the VOD review and with this take. New OTK tweet just dropped. Stop. Okay, we'll take a look at it. OTK fully supports his co-owner and sister Emeru, and we stand with her side and admire her strength in coming forward and sharing her story. While Miskiff was one of the several founders of OTK organizations, terminated his relationship with him some time ago for reasons unrelated to the recent events, and he holds no stake in OTK or any of our companies. Out of respect for those who have come forward, we will let their voices speak above ours. I mean, this is a very easy situation for OTK to just be correct on. You know what I mean? Like, it's very, they already hated Mizkif. Emeru is a co-owner. Like, it's so easy. It's so easy for them with Tectone, Asmin, and Rich. To be fair, though, they hate Mizkif, right? Tectone, Asmin, and Rich all hate Mizkif. Everybody hates Mizkif. You know what I mean? So I believe them because, like, nobody likes Mizkif. They all hate Mizkif. So, like, I believe them. Like, genuinely. I genuinely believe them on this. He was my least favorite OTK member. I wouldn't go that far. You know what I mean? Tectone was still there. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we can have ties. It's a race to the bottom at that point. It's a race to the bottom at that point. Like a lot that we will let their voices speak above ours is a bar. It is a bar. They cooked. They cooked. It's a good statement. It's like start comparing sex criminals. We could all have our least, or yeah, we could all have our least favorite sex criminal. You know what I mean? Miss Gift did a Jason Derulo stream and danced on his video as an extra last month. That's surprising. I have a sneeze. Oh goodness gracious, man, I'm dying. These Louise. Thank you. I don't have any more tissue. Wait, I did. I put it down. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh, good. Everyone else needs to change the OTK name to something else at this point. It's so tainted. Is there anybody else left? Who else is left? Seer? Emily? Ivan's not even on the site anymore. Will left. Will left. Nick is around, but not Soda. That's it. It's Soda, Esfand, Emaru, Emily, Seer. NMP's not really around. You know what I mean? Soda doesn't really do OTK. I mean, I guess he does OTK stuff sometimes. He's on the website. I mean, yes, he's okay. Okay, technically, Nick as well. Sure, he's technically around, right? But it's literally like 4 people. It's Emily, Emaru, Esfand, and Seer. That's OTK. Did Schlatt leave OTK? Chad, are you left? Are you stuck in 2021? There's so 4 main people-ish. Just change it into OTK and something else and stop getting new people. I didn't know he was. At one point, he was. But yeah. I think that covers everything I wanted to talk about today. Also, did daylight savings happen recently? Soon? Not yet, November 2nd? Oh, okay. Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster, how should I... Sorry. Okay, one more time. We'll end with that. We'll end with that. Like, I don't care about any of this stuff. Except for this one. Maybe we'll watch this one too.
Cinderella and Vanilla Mace has gotten into some controversy because of their now deleted stream last night. I'll show you a quick video and we'll talk about it further.
If I'm around a racist person.
Okay, I got bored. Oh, I want to talk about this too. Where's it at? Okay, I need to find it. Wait, hold on.
Why you gotta be so...
Wait, not this one. Where's it at?
Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the monster. How should I feel? Creatures... Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the monster. How should I feel? Creatures... Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster, how should I feel? Creatures like you. Monster. How should I feel? Creatures. Monster. How should I? Monster. How should I feel? Creatures like you. Like you. Monster. How should I feel? Creatures like you. Like you. Monster. How should I feel? Creatures like you. Monster. How should I feel?
Where is it at? Okay, there's more. There's more. Hold on. Hold on. Well, hold on. I can just search by popular, right?
Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie. Monster, looking through the monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the monster. How should I feel? Creatures like you. Looking through the. Alright, so I'm gonna teach you how to. The fuck with the monster. How should I feel? Creatures like you. Looking through the window. Creatures like you. Creatures like you. How should I feel? How should I feel? Creatures like you. The fuck. Looking through the window. Monster. How should I feel? Creatures like you. Looking through the window. Monster. How should I feel? Creatures like you. Looking through the. Alright, so I'm gonna teach you how to. On Halloween. Creatures like monster. How should I? I merely rock on any monster. How should I feel? Creatures like you. Looking through, and I'm looking for them.
That's the song? Wait, you haven't heard the song before?
Creatures, monster. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, looking through the window. Monster.
Heaven's always gonna be dead. Y'all haven't heard the song? Did y'all not watch AMVs growing up? Did y'all not watch Goku and Broly Dragon Ball Z anime music videos growing up? Stop. Hold on. Here, I'll show you this one. This will get you in the spirit. Wait, this is not it. Okay, now it won't load. Show the Broly one. I'm trying to find it. Is this it? Hello? My computer is... Oh, wait. I still have Photoshop and Premiere Pro opening. No wonder my computer is slowing down. I can't find it. You just have to imagine. You just have to imagine. All right. Any final thoughts, chat? I'll end you all on with this one more time.
Monster, how should I feel? Creatures like you, looking through the window. Monster, how should I feel? Creatures like you, looking through the monster. How should I feel? Creatures. Monster.
This is literally my For You page, by the way. This is literally my For You page. It's the extent of my For You page. Yeah. That's so funny. In conclusion, watch my latest video. Where's it at? 3K views? Okay, that's going kind of crazy, chat. 3K views in 5 hours is going kind of crazy. Like we have. Here's a link to it. Why streaming feels different now. Watch it, share with your friends, share with your TikTok mutuals who love Vanilla Mace and hate Cutie, apparently. I guess. But why is Justin Bieber live? The Beeves is live? Yeah, Justin Bieber is joining OTK. He's not addressing it, he's joining it. All right, that's it, chat. Monster. Hold on. No, I can't find the one I'm looking for. All right, chat. Hey, all right. Adios. This is 42 million views, by the way. How much did the original one have? Wait. It's 87 million views. Angel with a shotgun? I've never heard this one before. Sorry. I'm getting distracted. Here, just watch. I'm dying. Watch this one instead. No, that's just what is going on? Okay, sorry. Here, just watch. Yeah, okay, go back to this. This. Sure. All right. Guys watching, chat. Thanks for being here. Watch my new video. New video tomorrow, maybe. Goodbye. Monster.